Hello, how's it going? I am back after 2 days of violent food poisoning. I have returned. Hi Sim, welcome in. How are you doing today? It's good to see you again. Back in some more Satisfactory, and I decided rather than progressing today, yeah, food poisoning, it was pretty bad. Rather than progressing, while I was recovering yesterday, I was just working a little bit on my crater oil processing area. So I decided to just do a little bit of reworking on it. So that's what we're going to do today. Yeah, it was pretty bad the last couple of days, but thankfully I am feeling much better. Yeah, thank you so much. I am feeling a lot better. Good enough to stream at least. Yeah, but it was a couple of rough days. Okay, how are we doing on concrete? That's doing well, I'd say. Okay, so before the last stream, or after the last stream I should say, I came to this area and I wasn't really happy with how it was looking, with all the machines and stuff underneath, on the water floor. I wasn't really happy with it, so I took it all down, tore the entire thing down, and I started rebuilding this area. So now we have a much more in-line area, I guess you could say. So this is basically only 2 of the oil extractors which we're using. So the 2 extractors over here, these are both pure nodes, so they can provide me 600 cubic meters of oil every single minute. So basically I've just hooked them up like this. They bring the oil towards the refineries which we have over here. And the refineries, these ones, 20 refineries are making rubber and heavy oil, and then these 20 refineries are making plastic and heavy oil. So we just have this going in a line all the way till the end. Look at how many refineries there are. So a total of 50 refineries over here. 40 of them are making the rubber, plastic and heavy oil residue, and then 10 of them are turning the heavy oil residue into fuel. And then that fuel is being fed into 32 fuel generators, which are making a lot of power for us. And all of the piping for this. So for the inside, it's pretty straightforward. We just have a straight line coming in. There'll be a division somewhere. No, actually no. So all of the refineries from here will output the heavy oil. It just goes along this line. And then as soon as you see this break, so this goes this way, and as soon as it goes the opposite way, you know that this is inputting instead of outputting, and that's what's converting into fuel. So this is just going along, making its way. The output for the fuel though, it goes into some floor holes, and it goes underneath this platform, and it comes out to wherever we need it to. So in this case, it just comes out from here. So how I have it piped underneath, I'm really proud of this piping system because it took me a long time to figure it out, but it's working pretty well, I'd say. So we've got all of these pipes feeding the fuel into this main pipe over here, and then I have this extra pipe backflowing, so in case we have any problems with backflow, that can handle it. And then the same thing happens on this side over here, and the pipes then flow down there. That's the first set of fuel generators. Looks very neat. Thank you. I did spend quite a long time on this as I was recovering. So all of this goes straight into the fuel generators, and the best thing about this is that because everything's on one line, we don't need to pump the fluids because they get pumped automatically. So we don't need any fuel pumps, so no extra power is needed for that. Where's the fluid pumps? Yeah, normally you need pipeline pumps, Mark 1, Mark 2, any one of those. But with this system, that is unnecessary. So I have just had this working for a while now, and we've basically backed up on plastic and rubber. So I have 6 industrial storage units for each of them. Or is it 6? Yeah, so it's 6 of them for the rubber and 6 of them for the plastic. This is all backed up, but what I did over here was to make sure that the fuel doesn't back up. I had this plastic and rubber being split. So there's a smart splitter on each of these. And first it splits towards the storage, and if the storage is full, then it overflows to the left. Hello Camyam, welcome in. And then all of that goes into an awesome sink, which is just generating us some more coupons. So we've done the same thing for plastic and rubber. As you can see over here, rubber is also flowing down there. And how much power are we producing? I think it was like 26,000 something. I need to check. So I did put a little bit of a roofing over here. Now this is not complete, obviously, but the reason I've put this roof is because all of these fuel generators and all of the refineries are connected up to the roof with those, what do you call those things? Hi girl! Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of a longer stream today. Your sub ended? No worries about it. So we have some power outlets at the top, and they're all connected up together, and these fuel generators and refineries are just connected up top. So it makes it a little bit easier rather than connecting power poles. So much easier to just connect them up top, and eventually when we build a factory over this thing, it'll look a little bit cleaner as well eventually. But today what I want to do is I want to set up my fuel packaged fuel processing once again, because I haven't set this up. Today I'm doing well. I've recovered from my food poisoning, so I'm doing okay. Yeah, so I have one oil thing over there, there's another one there, and there's 2 over there. So I need to use those to start producing other stuff. Now one more thing that I want to produce is smokeless powder. Now this thing is going to need heavy oil residue, so I'm going to need to figure this out. And I think I might do this recipe so that we have a little bit of polymer resin as well. So this is going to be the recipe that I use. It'll make the heavy oil, and then we just use that to make the smokeless powder. So those are the 2 things that I want to work on today. Okay, so we have one of those over here, one of those over here. Now that is a normal node. This is an impure node. So we're going to have to do a little bit of calculation based on what we end up doing with these. But I feel like I should use a pure node for the fuel, because we are going to need quite a lot of fuel while we are playing this game. This is also normal, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, this one is a pure node. So I think this one can be used for fuel. And then the other ones we can just like figure it out. So let's see, can I put down an oil extractor directly on top of this? I guess I can. Should I put it on a foundation though? So if I put this down, I just want to see where this oil extractor goes exactly. Not doing so great. You currently have COVID, and with one of the symptoms being fatigue, you've been going to bed early, therefore reason you've been missing too many streams. No worries. I hope you get well soon. COVID, it can be a bit nasty, certainly understand. So take care of yourself. That's the most important thing. Okay, so we have 240 meters cube coming in. I am going to put down some of these power shards in here, so we get 600. So that's going to give us the max output of a pipeline Mark II. Not a big fan of how this is going, but I think I can just take it like up here somewhere. Now how much fuel do I need? I mean, how much fuel can I make? If you look at packaged fuel, okay, so oh, this is going to need empty canisters, which needs plastic. So this is going to take 60 per minute, and I think it takes 30 plastic per minute to make 60. So we need to make 30 plastic per minute. That's going to be made in a refinery. Ooh. We could recycle rubber and fuel, but that's gonna be a little bit of a difficult process. So I think what I'll do is I'll have 3 refineries, each making plastic. That's gonna give me 60 per minute. Or should I just do 2? Yeah, two refineries doing 40 per minute. They'll split into 30 plastic going into the packager or into the constructor making the stuff, and then 10 of them will just go into a sink, and then the rest of the stuff can be turned into fuel, right? Oh, Sim, thank you so much for gifting us up to girl. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon, girl. Okay, I need to figure this out because I am going to need heavy oil residue. As much heavy oil residue as I can make. So what if I just used plastic's recipe to make heavy oil residue and then converted that into fuel? Okay. Oh, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. So we have 600 of these. I could get 400 fuel. Okay. 60 per minute. So I would need 10. I would need 10 refineries for this. That would make 400 fuel per minute and 30 polymer resin per minute. So 300, 400 and 300. Now can you make plastic out of polymer resin? That would be awesome if you could. You can actually. Oh, that's pretty cool. So if I take 60 polymer resin with water, that makes plastic. So the polymer resin that I'm getting out of the fuel, 300, can actually be used to make plastic. So 5 refineries will give me plastic at a rate of 100 per minute. Okay, I can see an end to this. And then if I'm making 400 of this, 400 fuel, and I'm making 200 plastic? No, 100 plastic, right. 400 fuel, 100 plastic. I need to make packaged fuel. And that's going to be 2:2. And then this is 2:4. So I can make 200 packaged fuel, and then the remaining 200 can be turned into energy. Okay. I think I've got a basic idea of what I need to do now. So I just need to figure out where I want to build this. Also, I want to see, can I put the oil extractor like this? Yeah, I think this works. And then I can just bring the oil this way, over here, over the water, just like we had before, but this time I'm gonna make it look proper. Okay, so let's start off with this. I'm gonna have to go up here somewhere. So that's gonna be 4 meters. Now we want to make sure that we don't go above 10 meters of head lift, otherwise we're gonna have to put down a pump. So we have to be careful. I think this should be perfect. Let's go ahead and get a pipe out. Now I want to put my pipes going backwards so that I have an idea exactly where I want to place this. So We'll put one down here. And I think now we can just put down the pipe. Okay, that's not too good. Why does it always bend like that? Huh. See this? See that little bend that's happening over there? Why does that happen? Yeah, that's a crooked pipe. And there's no way I can straighten it out. See? I could noodle it to make it look a little bit smoother. I could auto 2D it. That would probably be the best solution. I know, it's actually triggering me right now. Why is it crooked? You had one job. You had one job. Alright, I think I know a way to fix this. It's not going to look that good, but it can be fixed. Oh no, the machine has to be on top of this node. It can't be changed. That's the biggest issue. The machine has to be there. Alright, I have an idea. I have a plan. I sound like Dutch from Red Dead Redemption 2. I have a plan. We're gonna use the barrier and see if we can place this just right. That's still not right. Hang on. Was it not? Why is it not snapping to this thing? Shouldn't you be snapping? Okay. I think we have a half foundation, right? Pretty sure we have a half foundation somewhere. Yeah, there it is. I need that barrier to be like right in the center over there. Aha! Okay, looks like that is almost centered. Oh, it's still a little bit off. Still a little bit off. But is this going to center the pipe at least? That's what we're going to find out. Oh, this is too high up. Hang on. Okay, that seems a little bit better. After all that, after all that, it's still a little bit crooked. That's actually triggering me now, even more now. Why can't I place down the barrier exactly in the middle? Why is it like... Why is it doing that? The barrier is supposed to be the thing that allows you to place it, like, allows you to place it wherever you want. Doesn't make any sense. Silly crooked pipe. I know, right? It's ridiculous. This place is cursed. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, that is a perfectly straight pipe. Look at that. That is what I wanted. That is a perfectly straightened out pipe. There we go. We got it. Took a little bit of work around, but we did it. That's finally complete. It's the little things in life. But there we go. So now nobody will ever be able to tell that we had to do 10 minutes of work just to get this pipe coming out straight. And I just realized this needs to be a pipeline Mark II. So let's get that done. Thankfully you don't need to replace pipes. You can just build over them and they replace automatically. Yep, no one but you. The balance of life has been restored. Okay, so this is not fine. Yeah, you guys have to be mum about this. Nobody must ever know. Okay, that's not right. Alright, that is also looking good. So the oil is going to come from there. It's going to make its way up over here. And then we're going to go straight here. And should we go down again? Or should we go straight? That's a question. That's a good question, actually. I think we might go straight. Yeah, I think we'll go straight. Although, we could just start expanding over here. Do we even need to go out over the water? I don't think so. We might be able to just expand over here. So basically we're gonna get 600 of this. We need to make a lot of fuel and polymer resin. So let me just check the refinery. Can we produce this, let's say, over here? So we would need to put down some junctions and then have the piping go in there. Now the only problem I have is, are you going to be able to pipe out? It looks like we have enough space to do so. Basically I need to get the pipe bending from there and going along that way. And that's going to be making fuel and polymer resin. Okay, I like this setup. Now I could pull this refinery back a little bit to give ourselves just that extra bit of space. I think I'll do that. So rather than having it like this, we'll go one back. Now we can't go too far back, otherwise we can't put down the junctions. So we need to be careful about the junctions. So this is how they're going to come up. Okay, might need to rebuild this. And of course that's gonna happen. There we go. That fixes it. Always go from the other end if the first one does not work out. That works perfectly. So I think this refinery needs to come back by one. There we go. That's gonna do it. Now we just need to build 10 of these. So fuel. I'm gonna copy the settings, make it easier on myself. And then let's build 10 of these. Can I actually build 10 of them? Yeah, I can. I have the materials. I do need some more foundations though. Hang on, is this a 4 by... Yeah, this is a 4 platform. So I can just use blueprints for this. Make it a little bit easier on myself. As soon as I place down the first one, I should be fine. Come on, a little bit further. This makes it much easier to place down foundations. So you just gotta do this, and there you go. I just placed down 16 foundations without having to do any zooping whatsoever. There we go. So now we have 10 refineries in place. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and put down the junctions. Oh, that's wrong. There we go. Now these things can only take what, 60 per minute? So I don't really need to use pipeline Mark IIs for these. You hate villagers? They can be a bit annoying, can't they? They definitely can be a bit annoying. And that's why I have that over there. They're because they annoy me as well. Yeah, I understood what you meant. The traders. Villagers can also be annoying, but they can also be useful. So I give them the benefit of the doubt. But for traders, they can all go to Hiffle. I can't say the other word, so we'll say Hiffle instead. Okay, now I need to design the backflow for this as well, just to make sure that we don't run into troubles over there. Oh, okay, come on, straighten out. Alright, I just need to make sure, have I designed this, is this right angled? It is, okay, it's looking good. Oh, come on. How did you manage to place there? Every time you see a trader, you kill them and steal their llamas, and you just casually have a pen with over 10 llamas. I don't even spare the llamas. They must all go. The llamas have been brainwashed by the trader. So you have to get rid of them as well. Okay, there we go. So we have all of this in place now. I'm going to start up the oil extractor, but I'm not giving this power just yet. I'm not giving these power. So I want to back up this pipeline system. That's why. I think you have a little bit too many llamas. A few too many. Your world is very laggy. I can see that happening. I just realized that the refineries are popping out of here. Oh my god. Yeah, that looks so weird. I didn't even realize that was happening. Nothing wrong with making a new world. What am I supposed to do with this? I could just move the refineries one over, so I can remove these platforms and make it look a little bit cleaner. So like this. Yeah, see, this is going in between the pipes and stuff. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like it. I guess I could start from here. Ooh, yeah. So I'm just gonna put this down. I'm gonna start from here. Then I can get rid of this. And I can get rid of this. You kidnap the llamas to give them a chance of redemption. Ah. You're a better person than I am. There's no redemption for them from my side. They must all go. Alright, let's try this again. Phew, there we go. So we've got all of the system back in place. And now, I guess I could just move this as well. And says you're too kind to everyone and you need to stick up for yourself more. You probably should. That's always good advice. Kind people can be taken advantage of. I have noticed that. Come on. Come on. Pipe is too long. Are you serious? Look at this. I'm just for this much. Just for this length. I'm gonna lose out on the pipe. Are you serious? If that's the case, I'm just gonna halve it. Just have 2 pipes instead. Big lag spike over there. Every time the game autosaves, the lag spike is insane. And I think it's keeping on growing because I have more and more things in my world. So it's going to get even worse in the future. Okay, I know I don't need to do this for every single one, but I'm just being certain that all of them have the same recipe in them. Okay, so before we move on, let me just go ahead and get the power running from here. So now I do have power coming in from there. I'm gonna probably just pull it all the way till there. So if you take a look over here, the cable that I have, I can pull another cable from this and just keep on stepping. We're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Mother called you? No worries. Alright, so we can take this all the way over here. And then one of these is going to go here, and then the second one will go to this refinery, which we haven't decided, or this oil spot. We haven't decided what we're going to do with this just yet. But yeah, so that's how it's gonna work. Why do I have 26,100? Oh yeah, because I removed 2 fuel generators. Okay, so this is going to start pumping. Why? That's gonna be the max speed. And we have filled up the pipes already. Or basically, this is starting to fill up slowly. Why is it not full? Is there a backflow problem? You can't go in here because these things have no power. So where is all the oil going? Oh, okay, it's filling up the center first, I think, because both of these sides are going to pump towards the center. Yeah, I think that's correct. So see how this is going up? As soon as that is full, it's gonna continue filling up the rest. There we go. Looks like it's all done. Yellow light means that this is finished producing. There we go. Perfect. So I'm just gonna go ahead and expand this platform a little bit, just to make it look better. There we go. That looks a little bit cleaner, I think. Although I wish there was a way to get rid of all of this stuff. I'm not sure why, but you can't really remove this. It's not really interactable. So that's just gonna stay there forever. Alright, let's go ahead and connect all of these up to power, and then we will, I guess, allow the oil to flow in. So I think 2 power poles should do over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to put down 1 power pole over here. Is that correct? And then 1 power pole in the middle over here. Okay, let's go ahead and connect up the power. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then 1 and 2. That is wrong. Alright, so that's all connected up. All 10 of these are now connected. Now they are going to need power, but I don't want them to start processing immediately because I don't want to back up stuff in this right now. So I'm going to put these all on standby mode. Having them on standby means that they will not start processing even if they have power. It's just an easy way of getting a buffer into your system without having it start working automatically. Okay, I think all of them are done. I just need to connect this thing up. So let's take the power pole over here. I guess this can just go over here. So as you can see, all the lights have now turned yellow, which means that they are all on, but they're still on standby. Oh, so refineries are different from constructors, because in constructors, if you put them on standby, the items still flow in. So with refineries, that doesn't happen. Sneaky devs. So they want you to produce as soon as the oil comes in. So I'm going to have to do that. Yeah, see, as soon as you put that on standby, it stops the insertion of oil and stuff. Okay, I see how it is. But well, then we'll just let this build up a buffer of fuel and polymer resin as well. Not that big a deal. I'm gonna start doing these one by one, so as soon as this is done, we move on to the next. As I want to make sure that we don't have any problems with splitting all the oil flow. I had a few issues with that yesterday, or when I was playing by offline. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen in this area at least. Your phone crashed? That's not good. Is it back now? Or are you on a different device? It's back now. Okay, perfect. Why did it crash? What happened? Did you find out what happened? Or was it just like automatically just restarted or something? I've had that happen to me in like old phones, but not lately. Alright, I want to try something. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but let's see. There's this material called coated concrete, which I really like the look of. See how it looks like a lot more smooth than the normal concrete? I'm kind of a big fan of this texture. You would be terrified if it actually was your phone crashing because it's brand new. Oh, it's because of your dad's Wi-Fi. Okay, okay. I understand. Yeah, I like the look of this coated concrete. It looks really good. Like the reflections that come off of it. I am a big fan. Is there any other materials that we have? We have the fix-it, the grip metal, the asphalt, and the coated concrete, and normal concrete. It was a Christmas present to yourself from you. What phone did you get? Which one was it? iPhone 12? That's pretty decent phone. I personally don't like iPhones myself, but that's just a personal choice. I do think the phones are good, but I don't like Apple. Your Samsung was on its last life. I don't like Samsung either. I feel like Samsung's software has a lot of bloatware in it, which it doesn't need to. There you go. I think this looks good. This coated concrete is looking really nice. I'm liking the look of it. Okay, that one is full, this one is full, this one is full. Let's go ahead and turn the rest of these on. You on the other hand, as you're an Apple user till the day you die. That's fine. I think it's part of where you come from. Like in India, iPhones are not as popular as, like, let's say Western countries. So we tend to use a lot more Android devices, and we just are used to it. Although more people have started buying iPhones, the problem that I have with iPhones is not the phone itself, but the company making the phone. I do not like Apple because of their predatory practices in the market. That's why I stay clear of them. But that's just me. It's just my own way of thinking. That's all. Okay, so I'm getting the polymer resin. This needs to go into more refineries in order to make what we call plastic. So let's go ahead and get 5 more refineries. I am missing 1 steel pipe. Alright, let's go home, because I need to get the steel pipes. So I built myself a hypertube cannon so that I could go home quickly. So we just need to go all the way over there. You can see the cannon is in place. Oh my god, I built it wrong again. Ah, this was not supposed to be here. Okay, fine. As long as it works. You don't like Max or the air tags either? I don't like the fact that Apple is completely anti-consumer when it comes to right to repair and stuff like that. I feel like they are very greedy as a company. And they pretend to be like a really good company with lots of what do you call it, like conserving nature and all that. Like when they removed the charger from the iPhone and they pretended yeah, I built everything wrong, girl. But when they removed the charger and they pretended they were doing it for the environment, that was like one of the biggest slaps to the face of the consumer. Like, how can you ever for once, like for one moment, believe that they were doing that for the consumer? Because people needed to buy a new charger anyway, if they wanted fast charging, and then for that they would need to buy a brand new box with its own brand new plastic packaging, which takes more effort to make. Like, how can you call yourselves like a green company or something like that and have such shady practices? It's absolute nonsense. And obviously once they did it, everyone else started following suit. So now the entire industry is trying to scam the consumers even more. And the worst part is that there's a large percentage of people that will actually defend this. Like, how can you be defending people like this? People get up in arms if you try and criticize Apple. They're like, don't you dare talk about Apple that way. I mean, what? Tim Cook isn't going to congratulate you on defending his company. Phone crash? Oh my god. That doesn't sound good. Oh, you're back? Okay. See how much easier it is for me to get here? It used to take me like 5 minutes to get here. But with the hypertube cannons, I'm here in like seconds. That is really cool. That is something. Okay. So I need to figure out where I want to place the refineries for the plastic. Do I just extend the line over here, or do I get it in a different direction? And I think I want to get it in a different direction simply because it would be easier to extend in like more machines that way for something else. Come on. So what I could do, I don't like Apple, but you love your phone and your AirPods. Yep, absolutely fine. There's no problem with that. Not a big fan of this. You only use your phone for Twitch and Spotify. I don't actually watch Twitch on my phone. I can't do it. I need a big screen when I'm watching stuff, like anything, not just, doesn't have to be Twitch, but if I'm watching anything, let's say YouTube, I have to have a big screen. I can't watch on a phone. There's just too much detail lost. Oh, and messaging is calling. I love how we've gotten so used to this concept of the phone doing everything that we normally forget that the main purpose of a phone is for messaging and calling people. that used to be you. Yeah, it's just like I don't like battery operated devices to use stuff because I always get nervous when I see that battery indicator going down. So that's kind of like the reason why for me. Okay, now this thing is going to need water, so we will need to provide water from down below. Thankfully, we have a little bit of space below. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some flow holes from our logistics department over here. Pipeline flow holes. And I'm gonna have pipes going straight down. And this should fit. Yep. And it's perfect. Sim, look at that. That is a perfect right angle. I'm happy with that. Okay, so the water is going to come from here. Ever since your laptop broke, you've had to resort to your phone more. Oh, that's unfortunate. Is there any way to fix your laptop? Or is it done? Okay, I can't put the water extractor over here because it's encroaching clearance. Okay, then I guess it can go over here somewhere. And I will need to remove this ladder. Your dad's currently fixing it. Okay, as long as it can be fixed, that's always good. Oh, he's fixing it right now. Nice. That's neat. It's always handy to have a dad who knows how to do stuff. Like, my dad is a plumber, electrician, and like everything all in one. He can do anything. And he's an engineer, plumber, electrician. You name it, he can do it. It's crazy. Encroaching other clearance, overlapping other clearance. Okay. I need a obelisk. Okay, so that's cleared a little bit extra space. Let's see if we can go down from here. Something like this. And then I'm going to have to go a little bit lower. So let's say 2 meters. Come on, go down. Your dad built his own PC. He's currently studying engineering. He also works with the council. Oh, so he does know his stuff then. If he's working with the council. Okay, this looks like it's working. Ooh, look at that. Look at that clearance over there. That is... Ooh, look at how close that is. I'm a big fan of this. Look at that gap. Mind the gap. Ew, the water looks really bad. Will you stop spitting, dude? Come on. Oh, I placed this the wrong... Oh, I placed this the wrong way. The water needs to go that way. Come on. Someone should have reminded me of that. Okay, I think what I'll do over here is, because I have 5 refineries, right? Let's go in the middle so that we can split the pipes exactly. So I'm gonna go... like this. There we go. I can stand in the water. Phone crashed again. Yeah, you need to get that phone working properly. Alright, now I think I will need a pump for this. I definitely think I'm going to need a pump. But can I put down the water extractor at least? Resource is not deep enough. Are you joking? There we go. Okay, so the pipe's gonna go from here. I'm not sure if I need a pump, but I most likely will. What? No, not here. Down you go. Now, let's put down some junctions for this. So, I think for the junctions, I'm gonna have to pull a pipe down over here. Like this. That looks really nice. And then put down a junction at this level. Maybe I can put it somewhere over here. Yeah, so just give the pipe a jacket, and then we just need to extend from there. So too bad I can't just build junctions in mid-air. That would be nice. Actually, I'm not a big fan of this. Let me try this again. Is there a way for me to put down the junctions before? Basically, I need to connect all of these pipes up. Now, if I did this, here's the problem. If I put a junction over here, it's not going to connect to the pipe hole. So I need to go a little bit lower than that. And I think the best way to do that is to get a pipeline support from... Nope, that's wrong. Why is it not... Oh, can you not stretch that? Oh, that's bad. I thought you can stretch that. Maybe not. Nah, that's still not looking right. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted in the first place. So... Oh, you don't go straight. I was hoping I didn't need to do this, but it turns out I do. Welcome back, girl. Yeah, so I'm going to have to place these pipeline supports just like I have. And then get the pipes running down there. Although, what if I did one like this? Is that gonna work? It does look like it works. And then if I could put down a junction across this. Ah, see, here's the problem. I can't make the junction face up. Is there any way for me to make the junction face up? Because I can scroll it around, but I can't make it face up. I can't tilt it. I think the only way to do that is to get the pipe in place. I guess like this. Yeah. And then we can put down junctions on the pipe exactly where we need them. So, come on, over here. Where are you pointing, my dude? No, that's not right. Is there a way for me to do this? Oh, could I do it from the top? Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. That looks perfect. So let's just do this for all of them. And then we can replace the roof or the the floor, whatever you may want to call it. Okay, I'm happy with that. Right, now there's going to be a pipe coming from here. That's going to go straight in there. And that is... yeah, I think that's pretty good. It's going to be going a little bit up. But that's fine because this thing has to pipe straight in there. So there's really nothing we can do about that. That's just always going to happen. And I think I can extend this foundation by 1. And it's still lining up pretty well. Right, let's get some power in here. Why is my power messed up? Oh, right. That makes sense. I connected it right to the middle of this thing. Yeah, I'll put this over here. Hey, Lord Charger. How's it going? Okay. So the water extractor is going to pump water into every single one of these things. Now I'm not sure if it's going to go in there because of the pump thing, like I said. But let's figure it out. If this does not go in there... then we have a problem. Yep, doesn't look like it's going in. So I think the head lift that we need for this is a little bit too high. So we will need to put down a pump for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's put down a pump. So I think I'll do a Mark II pump, even though we don't need it, because I'd much rather have more head lift than not. And it's only 4 extra megawatts, so it's perfectly fine. Gonna head to bed soon, so if you randomly go silent, you probably fell asleep. No worries at all. Okay, I don't like that. I do not like that. Let's get a wall support over here. A wall outlet. Mark 1. We don't need a Mark 2 for this. And I'll put this right above this thing. I don't want this to clip. That's basically what I'm trying to do. Is make sure that it doesn't clip. There we go. I think that works. So the water is extracting. It is filling up all of the residual plastic fuel refineries, or not fuel, but just refineries. And then this is going to need polymer resin. So polymer resin is going to come from here. But I think first what I'll do is wait for all the water to fill up. Shouldn't take too long, I think. Why is it not filling up? Oh, I guess that the middle ones get more priority. Yep, looks like it. So this one and the last two are going to take a while to fill up. That was quick. Just went from 16 to 40. Let me just take a look at this. Okay, this is 50, this is 50, so is this, and this, and the last one. Come on. It's weird, like why is the water extractor not consistently working? I think I'm gonna set this to do 100 cubic meters per minute. You know what? Never mind. It's always better to have more production than consumption. That's what I've learned lately. So I'm gonna wait for this to finish up. And as soon as this reaches the end, I'm going to start setting up the... Actually, let's start setting up the extraction from these refineries. And they need to go in here. Now, I am going to keep the fuel on this line. So, I'm going to need to properly organize this. So all of the items are going to come out and go that way. And then they're going to go into a splitter and go this way. Okay, that works. So let's figure it out. First things first, what level of conveyor should I use? If it's going to be 30 per minute, we just need a conveyor Mark 1. Nothing more than that is necessary. Alright, so that's gonna start pushing up all the items, and then they need to go into... Come on. They need to go into mergers. So I'm gonna need to place down some mergers over here. Now, rather than placing the merger directly on top of this, which can cause some issues from time to time, I'm going to place it directly on the edge of this thing. Why can't I place it on the edge? Okay, so that's what I wanted. Now, as you can see, this is going to look perfectly matched up. It isn't actually matched up right now, so I'm gonna have to place the whole thing again. Right, so that'll do. Okay, so we have an output coming from here. Now this is a problem because the output needs to go over there. So let's actually turn this thing around. So the output is going to go this way. And we're going to replace this one with this. I think that should be correct. Yeah, that's perfectly in line. And now these ones, these conveyors are going to be facing this way. Yeah, I think I figured it out. It's pretty much an extension of the design that we had done earlier, I think last stream. These poles are getting in the way. Okay, let's do one thing. Oh, what did I just do? I put a power pole in the water. Oh my god. I'm prone to making mistakes like that. I'll hook up the power later. I need to make sure that I get these lines correct. I think I got this one wrong. See, that's why you gotta be careful. Okay. Let's get the power back for all of these things. There's going to be a power pole Mark II. We'll just put the power onto this pole rather than having a separate one. There we go. And then this is going to get power all the way over here. Okay, so everything should now be powered up once again. Let's see, is the water extractor completely full? It looks like it is. That's good. Let's go ahead and put down the belts. So before we move on... Oh, Quinlan! Hi, Quinn!
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Hello, everyone! Welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders! For those of you who do not know me, my name is Deadshot. I normally play modded Minecraft and Satisfactory. And today we are playing Satisfactory. How are you guys doing today? Welcome, Quinn. How was Marbles? I love the way that cuts off. What were you up to today? Apart from Marbles, or was it just Marbles? Nitro Stream Racing. I haven't heard of that. Yeah, are you doing something new? Hi, Kirjad. Hope you have a good rest of my time zone. I hope you do too. Marbles was fun. Switch to racing halfway through. It's like Mario Kart meets Marbles on stream. Ooh. I'm gonna have to come and watch sometime. That sounds really fun. That definitely does sound fun.
Deadshot. Chat
Nope.
wants you to get up and stretch.
Get up and stretch? No! Alright, let me get up and stretch. No worries, Quinn. I completely understand. I know your time zones and your stuff. Oh no, there's ads. You gotta head out. No worries. No worries. Have a good time zone yourself. I shall try my best to look after the peeps. Everyone, we are basically working right now on getting plastic and packaged fuel up and running. And trying to figure out a system where I get the items out from here and have them all combine and then go into here. Yeah, there's ads. That was the worst timing for ads. That's so bad. Let's wait for the ads to get over. Have a look at the beautiful night sky. I'm feeling a little bit tired today. I don't know what it is. I keep yawning, even though I had a good night's sleep. You didn't get ads? Some people do, some people don't. Okay, so the ad timer is over right now. So I need to try and figure this out. So, how do I do this? Welcome back, KJ. Good night, Lord Jar Jar. Have a good one. Good to see you again. Now I have this output coming over here, but I need to get it going into these 5. This is going to be a little bit difficult. Not going to lie. It's going to be a little bit weird. What if I set this to be the output on the front? And then put the lift back on this? I think that might work. I'm just going to chuck that in there so that it doesn't take up an inventory slot. And for these wires, I might just get rid of this. Hey, tea time. And I'll put this over here somewhere. Working hard. I'm redeveloping the crater oil zone area. So yeah, you could say I'm working hard. Let me show you what I've got going for me. So remember the 2 pure oil nodes that we weren't using? Now those are the 2 that we are using. And they're all generating me plastic, rubber and fuel. Which is all being consumed by fuel generators. So I've just built it all up behind over there. So we have 50 refineries over here. 40 of them, 20 making plastic, 20 making rubber and 10 making fuel. So it all goes like through there. I really love the way this looks. It's like so industrial. And all of this happens through just these two oil nodes. They both are completely overclocked to 600 cubic meters. And that's all the refineries. And then we have 32 fuel generators over there. So yeah, it's working just fine. Yeah, everything looks okay. What happened to 125? That one is up north. And that one, I have completed it. So, you'll see the amount of power that we're getting. 26,100 megawatts. Most of that is coming from the northern oil fields. We still have to go there again and redo a little bit of stuff. But when I was sick the last 2 days, I did complete that. So it is now donezo. I'm just working out on getting some packaged fuel up and running now. So I'm going to be making plastic out of this polymer resin. So this is the recipe. I should be getting 200 plastic per minute. Or 100 plastic per minute, sorry. And 200 packager thingies. I'm just trying to figure out how to get these items back. Gotta go, so bye. No worries, here, Jet. Have a good one. Hopefully I shall see you again sometime. Okay, let's go ahead and get some splitters. I think I could do something like this and have the splitters going along this line. It's going to be a little bit of a tight fit, but meh. If I was doing things right, I would normally move these refineries a little bit further. That would have been that actually I could do that even now. The only thing was I would have to redo the whole water. But I mean, let's see. If this works, then we won't do anything. If it doesn't, then we'll move it. So the fuel is going to come out along this way and go straight between this. So let's get a fuel or fluid support thing, pipeline support. Yeah, I think this works perfectly. Look at this. This texture does not fit correctly over here. They've made some sort of mistake over here with the texture. Like this one works, but the other one, this one does not work. It's messed up. Alright, so this is going to do 40 per minute. That's actually, you know what? Why not let's take the junctions and put them in place first. And the junctions need to go a little bit to the right. I think that should be correct. Is anyone doing anything interesting on the weekend apart from just playing games like I am? I don't have many plans today. I did eat a lot of biryani yesterday. And that further caused my food poisoning to, like, my food poisoning, I was recovering from it, and then I made the stupid decision to go and have biryani. And that was like the catalyst to my stomach just like absolutely heaving. It was the worst feeling ever. It's like, well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Dude, this is such a like convoluted area that I've built over here. I should honestly just take my losses with the water and move the refineries further. But at this point, it's kind of become more of a can I do it kind of thing rather than should I do it. I think this is good. This is good. It could be better. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Bye bye. Sorry, refineries. You were placed in the wrong way. I did say I would have biryani. Yep, and I did. And it was a bad decision. It's a really bad decision. This is rough because I spent a lot of time doing this. I spent a lot of time building this, so it hurts to see this happen. Why would the biryani do this? It's just not good to have on a bad stomach. Just one of those things. You should never have biryani on a bad stomach because it's a really spicy food. Especially the ones that we have, the Hyderabadi dum biryani. They are extremely spicy. So it causes quite a few issues later down the line. Okay, so I'm gonna get the splitter. There's going to be one thing coming off of here and then one output going over there. Like a korma? Korma is nothing compared to biryani. Like, korma tastes like ice cream in comparison. Like if you have a proper authentic Hyderabadi dum biryani, oh my god. It is life-threatening, but it just tastes so good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I messed this up. These splitters need to be in line with this one. Okay, that should do it. Let's go ahead and get some cable or conveyor. Okay, I don't know how I managed to do this, but somehow I did. Oh, and the output is yep, I knew that was gonna happen. That's the second time I've misplaced that output. Alright, perfect. So now I need to place the refineries exactly where this line is going. So let's go ahead and get rid of this concrete. Dude, the texture of the coated concrete, probably the best texture in the game. That texture is an absolute banger. Right, so fuel refineries. No, just refineries. It has nothing to do with fuel. It's just refining normal stuff. How much distance is there between these two? So we have this coming outside. It's right on the middle over here. You like watching conveyor belts moving things around? It does look fun, doesn't it? I want to make sure that I put this in the right spot, so I'm taking things a little bit. Come on. Is this the right spot? Is this the perfect length? It should be, right? If we had this coming out, it should be the perfect length. Alright, let's put this and see. No, it's actually not the perfect length. In your save, you have a big warehouse setup where you store every material and part. I do need to do that. It's just not that easy. Oh, it's sorted by trains. That does sound like fun. No, that's not gonna work. Okay, a little bit further than that. Did I just build it on the exact same spot? Oh no. I did. Okay. This is correct. This is what I wanted. Until the train update happened, now it doesn't work. What happened? What changed with the train update? Why is it not working? Oh, there used to be no collisions? Alright, there we go. So all of these are now in place, and this looks a lot cleaner than before. Yeah, I quite like this. This looks a lot cleaner, I will say. So let's go ahead and provide these things with power once again. Hey DK. Oh, so trains have been in the game for a long time, is it? How you been, DK? What are you up to lately? Alright, so that's gonna start getting some polymer resin. Now, I don't really need conveyor lifts Mark 5 over here. But is there any point in having it at Mark 1? They're so slow. Might as well just turn them into Mark 5s. Like, I have the aluminum sheets, whatever they are called. I'm just gonna call them bauxite from now. I'm tired of the whole debate of aluminium versus aluminum. I can't make up my mind. My brain always wants to say aluminium, and then stream for the most part needs aluminum. Playing Satisfactory and otherwise just total relax from my side. That's good. A good relaxing weekend is all we need sometimes. Alright, so this fuel, Commonwealth nations must stick together. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so this is going to need water once again, so let's go ahead and put the falafel. Ah, I can't speak today. Let's put the floor holes in place, is what I wanted to say. The floor holes turned into falafel for some reason. Don't even know how that's possible, but it happened. Right, let's go down over here. Now this is going to be where the problem happens, because I got rid of all the foundations. So I'm gonna need to do the whole thing again. Oh, hey Sab. How you doing, buddy? How's the rest of stream? Yeah, I think this should work. Let's go ahead and get some junctions in place. Oh wait, before we do the junctions, let's go ahead and get this extended. Not gonna make the same mistake I made last time. And let's get a pipeline support. Now, do I need a pipeline Mark 1? No, I think Mark 1 should be enough for this. Because Mark 2 is 600 and we're only doing 120. So this should be fine. Getting into those blueprints. Yeah, I saw that. The smelter blueprint, that's a really well designed blueprint. I might actually copy that. I haven't gotten into any large scale stuff yet though. I'm still like building out the small scale stuff. The only large scale stuff that I have done is working with power. That's basically it. Oh, who's that? Dragonheart Wormkin.
May I have your attention, please?
Welcome in, raiding with a party of 28. Welcome viewers. Thank you so much for the raid. You were playing Satisfactory as well. Wonderful. How was your stream? What did you do in Satisfactory? Tell me everything. I always love to know. My name is Zedshot, by the way, for anyone over here who is new. I normally play modded Minecraft, but I've lately gotten hooked to Satisfactory. So I have been playing this a lot more. Oh, welcome in. Feel free to chat, feel free to lurk if you want to. No obligations. Oh yeah, it's morning for me, but any time zone people are welcome over here. How was the stream? I'm gonna need to set up a pump for this. Let's go ahead and do this. And there we go. So the water should start flowing once again, which means that as soon as we get there... Why is it not flowing? Hello? Spent a lot of time doing art with squares. That sounds fantastic. That sounds like a great time. Why is the water... Oh, it's finally flowing in. There we go. Now this will take some time to fill up completely, obviously, but it'll happen. It'll get there. It'll get there when it gets there. So I'm just gonna leave this going as it is. I need to start working on the fuel, because the fuel that comes out from here, it needs to be processed in a packager, I believe. So we are generating what, 400 fuel per minute. So I need to take 200 of this fuel and put it into a constructor or packager, and then 200 of it goes into fuel generators. So let's do the math on that real quick. Packaged fuel. Now how much can we produce? We can produce 40 per minute. So this takes 40 per minute. So is that... Hang on a second. When it says 40 per minute, does that mean 40 fuel? Which this is 2, right? So does that mean 40 over here? Is that correct? I'm a little bit confused on how this thing works. So if we had 40 per minute, then would we need 10 of these packages to get 400 per minute? The per minute is the rate of consumption. Yeah, so if I'm getting 400 fuel per minute and I'm consuming 40, then that means that I need 10 packages to handle all that fuel, right? Okay, so I'm not sure I want to do 10 packages. That seems like a little bit overkill, because I am going to be producing 100 plastic per minute, and then the 100 plastic is going to be used to make the empty canisters. So we're going to get 200 empty canisters per minute. So those 200 empty canisters are going to go into this packager, right? I'm not going to be cycling them because I need the packaged fuel as it is. I'm not going to unpackage it in the future. So it's going to be used up. The fuel is only going to be used for my jetpack and for my vehicles. So that's why I'm not going to be recycling it. So if I'm going to make 200 canisters per minute, then I can only process 200 fuel. So basically I need 5 packages. Alright, so yeah, we should be able to do that. 5 packages, pretty easy. And then I will also need 5 constructors, right? If I'm going to be making the canisters, this thing is made in a constructor, and we make 60 per minute. Now I want to make 200, so that's going to be let's take 5 constructors and underclock them a little bit so that each of them makes 40 per minute. 40 times, yeah, so 20 plastic and 20 will make 40 of these things. Okay, perfect. Now I could put the constructors directly over here. Is there anything against me doing that? So let's say I took some constructors and I just put them straight over here. That should work, right? Because we're getting plastic from here. That's going to go in here. That's going to make the... Where's the canister? And this is going to be underclocked. So 20 plastic per minute. Is there anything stopping me from doing this? The only thing that's stopping me is the output of this third constructor, which will go into the water extractor. So that is a bit of a problem. Okay, rather than doing that, I'll just bring the output of all that stuff and I'll push it over here somewhere. Okay, I need to go up and get some more plastic. I am running a bit low. Okay, let's continue. So where were we? Just building out this platform, and I'm gonna have the packages on this side and the constructors on the other side, and then they'll all combine their inputs to the center, or the outputs to the center, and that should work just fine. I don't know how much more space I require, so I'm gonna break that just for now. I'm not happy with this power pole being in the middle over here. I'm actually not happy with any of these power poles. Why don't I just put the power on this platform above? Okay, I'll figure it out. Power poles are starting to irk me because they get in the way of everything. Floor is a good spot to hide wire. True, that's true. Come on, hey. But now I still want to make sure that everything is connected. But I will rework the wires soon. Soon TM. I think everything should be up and running once again. Okay, so we are getting the input from here. The output comes out there, goes in there. The output comes over here. And then the fuel outputs over here. So I need to get my packagers in place over here. So how big is the packager? Is it a 2x2? Looks like it's just a little bit bigger than a 2x2. And this is the output side. So let's get a packager going like this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's all our packages. They're going to need fuel. And they are going to need empty canisters. Right. So here's a really awesome thing I can do now, is that if I have the constructors facing the output that way, I can just bring the line straight to the packagers. And then these are going to be using the exact amount. Alright, so let's get the constructors in place as well, and I'm going to make sure that they are aligned to the output of these, or the input of these packagers. So I guess I can do it like this. Maybe I can bring it back in line with the refinery. Or should I not? Hang on, let's actually get some conveyor mergers first. And then the conveyor mergers we can just use to merge all the outputs. Too bad you can't merge directly on the output of a refinery. That would have been nice. So this is going to get me 20 plastic per minute, right? Oh, I placed this thing wrong. Alright, so the output is going to go into the splitters that will accompany the constructors. Alright. Let's put down more constructors, and I need to figure out, should I just do the splitters going in the same line as this merger? I think so. I think I can do that. Like this. Yeah, I think this looks good. So let's continue. Why do you not do the thing that I ask you to do? There we go. And each of these are now going to make the canisters. So, and they need to be throttled a little bit. So 66.6667%. Let's copy and paste the settings to make sure that every constructor does the exact same amount. And then I'm just going to drag some conveyor belts all the way across. Now we can only use conveyor belt Mark 1s if we need, but I find that they take a lot longer to get the items to the destination. And with stuff like fuel, you have to make sure that you provide the fuel as fast as possible. So I like to have the faster belts accompanying this thing if as per necessary. Okay, that looks good. Now let's go ahead and get some splitters. Yeah, I might as well upgrade these conveyor belts as well. There's no reason for them to be Mark 1s. Mark 1s are way too slow. Alright, perfect. Obviously now this thing needs power, so let's go ahead and get a power pole. Right, that should get the constructor started. Oh wow. Look at the speed of that. Okay, now on the other side, I will connect this. Let's say over here. That's 1 packager, 2 packages, 3 packages, 4 packages, 5 packages. Alright, that's looking good. I think, yeah, we're pretty much running out of plastic at this point. Oh, okay. This is a big setup. It's much bigger than I expected it to be. The setup, that is. Wow. All that's left now is to make more polymer resin. And to do that, we need to empty our fluid buffer of fuel. So let's go ahead and connect this up. Before we connect it up though, I need to get some junctions in place. Unfortunately, I can't put down a junction on this. That's really sad. Alright, let me just temporarily remove that belt. I want this to be a vertical pipe. Only reason being that I can put a junction on this. That's basically it. Right. Now I'm gonna get rid of this pipe because it's completely unnecessary. I don't think I need Mark 2s for this. Let's just go for a Mark 1. And then for this middle pipe, I will need a Mark 2. I mean, not necessarily, but... yeah, I think I like this. Oop, come on. Right, done. As soon as you place down the first pipe, building these pipe setups becomes a lot easier. Because then you can put down the junctions in place, right? So that makes it a whole lot easier. Sure, that should work. And now, all I need to do is start providing the fuel. Time to be horizontal. That's the best alliteration to going to bed that I've ever heard in my life. I love that. Time to go horizontal. I'm gonna be using that every day now. Have a good one, Dragonheart. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Have a fantastic time. And I'm just gonna grab some extra plastic so that I can supplant the setup down there. I'm gonna work my way backwards, so you go first, you go next, you go third, fourth, and fifth. Right, that should do. So this is now making packaged fuel. Oh, the packaged fuel needs to go into an output. So let's go ahead and set up an output for this. Rather than doing a manifold system, should I just do a load balance system over here? I don't know. So I would need a merger over here, then a merger over here, and output, output, output. Then those three mergers will merge into another merger. Nah, I'm not. That's too much work. Let's just do 5 mergers and be done with it. Manifold systems for life. Right, and then this can go out into some industrial storage units. So let's grab some of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This should be good. Yeah, I think that's gonna do. Let's go ahead and get some belts. So that's input. So output is gonna go like that and like that. And then input is going to go like this and like this. Yeah, that looks good to me. This is going to be the output that can go to anywhere where we want it to. So let's just go ahead and set up the belts real quick. Fastest belt work in the West. And then this is gonna go over there. Perfect 90 degrees without even needing to check. Now that's what I call 90 degrees. And look at the amount of packaged fuel that we're getting. That's ridiculous. Oh, right. I also have some packaged fuel up top that I need to move into this area. So let's go ahead and do that. I put it underneath this mushroom so that it would be protected. Because you know how fuel gets, right? If you leave it out in the sun too much, it starts to evaporate. You gotta be careful with it. I need 100 on me at all times. Just so I can use for my jetpack. Actually, we can use the hover pack over here, right? Alright, so that's done. Let's move on to the next one over here. I'll keep 300 on me now. 100 of that is going to be for the explorer, and then the 200 is for me. Okay. Oh, what is this? That's a that wire looks really weird. Okay, how are we doing on the packaging? There's still 200 in there. 184, 150, 130, 130. Why are you not getting plastic? I mean, you're completely full on polymer resin. So that, oh, that might be just the first one though. Yep. I knew it. I knew it. The other ones aren't generating plastic. Okay. Yeah, it's a manifold. That's why. Just gonna grab this. Let's start from way back here. 50, 50, 50, 49. Yep. It'll take a few minutes. Why is this not... See, this is the problem. This is not sending the items. What the heck? Why are you not sending the items? That's the problem. It wasn't sending the items. I think when I upgraded the lifts, it caused a little bit of a problem. Okay, these ones I think should be fine. This is Mark 5. I think all of these are Mark 5. Right. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now I don't need any more fuel in here, right? So this is doing its job perfectly well. I'm going to need some fuel generators so that I can handle the excess of fuel from this. Now, could I put this on the other side? That is the question. I could put it... Wait, could I put the fuel generator somewhere over here? I think I could, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Putting them over here. Now, I have 200 fuel left. So 200 divided by 12 would be 16.67. So 200 divided by 16 is 12.5. Okay. So if I had 16 by 16 by 12 or 16 multiplied by 12, that does 192. So I would need 16 fuel generators at 12 cubic meters per minute, and then one that does 8. Okay, that's not too bad. So one of the fuel generators would have to run at 66.6667%, I think. I mean, that works, right? Hello, Harm. Thank you for the follow. I'm just trying to think, like, where should I actually build the fuel generators? Could I take a junction in here? Through here? A player is in the way. I guess I could. I could take one junction, put it like right here, and then have the fuel generators across this line. How many did I say I needed? 17, right? Yeah, 17. So I think 8 and 8 and 1, that might work. Just trying to figure it out now. The whole left click release zooping thing is a little bit finicky. I have noticed. It's not as easy as just like click, select, click, select. It can be a little bit weird sometimes. But because of the amount of time that it saves you, I guess it's like worth it. Okay, that looks good. So I'm gonna need fuel generators. Let's see, how many can I make? I'm missing computers, I'm missing heavy modular frames. I can make motors and we have rubber. Or I can get the motors and rubber. So let's go ahead and make some more of this stuff. I need to find a better way to get upstairs over here. Hey Amran, I am feeling a lot better. I am definitely. Good enough to stream at least, so that's good. I built a hypertube cannon to get me home faster, so I don't need to spend 5 minutes getting here and back every single time. So we are redesigning the oil crater area. My shadow looks really weird because my shadow doesn't have a head. I'm a headless chicken. Right, so we need 255 motors. Alright, that should do. Then we need quick wire, which we have. I'll still go and get some more. And then rubber we have over here. So let's grab a bit of this. Then we need modular frames and computers. Right, we should probably make those first. So I need 45 computers. Now, do we have any computers in storage? I just want to check once. I'm fairly certain that we don't. Fairly certain that I don't have any. But it's always good to check. Nope, not a single one. Alright, let's go ahead and edit this, clear this. Computer. Add to the to-do list. This is going to be 45. Let's just make 100, you know. What's the point in just making 45? I'm definitely going to need to get more quick wire then. And I need 700 circuit boards. That is done. Rubber we have, so that's not a problem. And then for quick wire, we just need to take a little bit of a trip. Tripwire. Now, should I take an explorer or should I zipline my way? I think I should take an explorer. Alright, we got the rubber. Let's go ahead and put down a quick explorer. Fill this up with some fuel and we're on our way. Apparently not. Now we're on our way. You did see me click that, right? I clicked the package fuel and it didn't go in. Oh, speaking of package fuel, I need to make sure that I have an awesome sink over there for depositing excess. Otherwise, that's going to stop processing. Alright, we'll do that as soon as we get the quick wire and set up the computers. I need to be reminded though. Streamer brain. Package fuel sink. Package fuel sink. Package fuel sink. I'm just gonna keep singing that to myself. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, hey, hey. Turn over. Oh, okay. We're good. Alright, so how much do we need? Okay, that should be enough. Back to the manufacturers. I should really do this by train. That ramp could stand to be a bit wider. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Oh, what? Why did I fall? Dude, why did I fall over there? I had my jetpack on. That didn't make any sense. That is... They cheated me. They cheated me. That is wrong. That is cheating. I had my jetpack on me. I dismantled the thing as well. The explorer. I should have been able to fly out. They lied to me. They told me I could fly. It's all lies. I see a box of shame. It's all lies, DK. It's all lies. They said you can fly over the void. They lied. I believe I can fly. It's all a joke. Can't believe that actually happened. That was... I probably should have stopped driving as I got the first warning of my explorer falling off the side. I still kept going like an idiot. I was like, if I fall, I'm just gonna jump out, dismantle the explorer, and just fly out. And that's exactly what happened, and that's exactly what I tried to do, and it just didn't work. I had the perfect plan in my head. The only problem was that the perfect plan didn't actually work. Did I at least get my... Nope. Oh, I did. Okay. Phew. Alright, so I at least got my packaged fuel back from the explorer. So that means that I was able to successfully disassemble it. Where's my jetpack, man? Alright, there we go. We're back to normal. Nobody suspected anything. Nothing happened. You didn't see anything. It was all a dream. It was all a dream. We just had a bad dream that we fell into the void. And we woke up. No, I don't think anyone clipped that. Nobody clipped stuff over here. Okay, so we came back to the manufacturers. Let me just deposit everything and make some computers. Do we have any? No, we do not. At least good to check whether we do. So for 100 computers, I'm going to need 700 circuit boards. 700. Then I'm going to need 1200 rubber. And then I'm going to need quick wire 2800. So that's 1000, 2000, 2500, and then 300. My keyboard needs to learn how to type. Not me, my keyboard. You're gonna head off playing the Division 1 with your friends. Nice. I've always wanted to play that game, but I've never had people to play with. So I've never played it. It seems like a fun game. Have a good time. Have a good time. Hopefully I shall see you again soon. Alright, now that computers are done, let's go ahead and do modular frames as well. Okay, I'm gonna go for 100 heavy modular frames. That's going to need a lot of stuff. So, first things first is concrete. 748. 748. That's 500. So I need 248 more. I really need to start automating this process. This is not good. Then we need steel pipes and encased industrial beams. We can get both of those things over here. So, encased industrial beams, 1, 2, 3. Let's get that. That's 300 and 435. So let's get 5 more. Are you serious? Alright, so we have 440. That's gonna leave 100 in our inventory. And then we need a lot more steel pipes. Wonder how many steel pipes we have been using in this entire game. I should probably put down some more power poles and stuff over here so that I can use the hover pack rather than just jumping around everywhere. Maybe I should do that. Okay, so 200, so we need 6 of these. That's 1200. And then I need 24 more. Okay, so steel pipes are done, concrete is done. Encased industrial beams, we need 340. That is now complete. Last thing is modular frames. Need 272 of those. So 200, let's take 300. The extras can always stay in our inventory, so no big deal. Come on, land. Perfect. So that's 100, that's 200, that's 250, and then 22. That's 272. Right. That'll do it. Now, how long is this going to take to finish off? Not sure, to be honest. Yeah, we need a lot of stuff, don't we? Hang on just a minute, chat. I needed to make a little bit of a change in my background audio. Not for you guys, for my device. Because I don't hear the music that you guys do. Okay, this might take a while. Let's actually go ahead and do something else while we are waiting for that. I think I'll put this away. I don't really need... wait, is there anything that requires modular frames for you to carry them around with you? Is there? I've never actually felt the need for them. I'm trying to think, like, is there anything that requires it? Maybe miners or something? Miner Mark II? Yeah, that's the one. It does need it. So, let's carry 50 with us at all times. Now, while we're waiting for the modular frames and stuff, what were we making this for? We were making this for the fuel generators. Fuel generators. Unfortunately, you can't actually open the codex for the fuel generators from quick search. It just brings the building. So you just have to do this yourself every single time. Okay, so that should be good. Now we do need more rubber, so let's go ahead and get the rubber from this. I'm just gonna actually, yeah, we can just destroy that. All that extra rubber will be ours. Hey Devourers, Foundry also needs modular frames. Perfect. Then I think it's a good idea we kept some on us. Now. And a power storage. I don't think I've actually used the power storage yet, so that's actually a good thing that you told me. Thank you, Netuo. Okay, so we have trucks. Oh my god, there's a lot of stuff that I haven't done that needs all of these things. Okay, so we need 85 computers. We have 50, and let's get 35 of these. And then the rest of them we'll just keep here as a backup in case we need more. Now, how much do we need in terms of modular frames? 170. Now, I don't have that much. I have 90. So let's just go ahead and get 90. And we will make 9 fuel generators for now, and then the rest we can do later. Alright, let's take our trusty cannon. Now my cannon is aimed towards the red forest, but I can always just tilt my mouse over here. 98 dime, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. This thing looks really good. Now I just need to build a proper factory around it and we should be good. And Netuo as well, thank you for the follow. Boop. Straight down. I'm really liking the look of this factory on top. The bottom one is a little bit not as good, but still decent. Welcome in 98 dime. That's a really good username. I like it. Now what was I doing over here? Yeah, so I decided to take a junction over here and then pull the pipe down and bring it along this way, and then we'll have a fuel generators in a row over here. So Does anyone have any idea why the snap to guidelines sometimes gets... Oh, dude. Thank you for the sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So you just... Oh my god! Oh no, I'm sorry. That is actually a joke between... Oh, I'm so sorry. That's actually a joke sub goal. That's not actually a proper sub goal. Oh my god, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to scam you out of your money. That's actually a joke between me and like the community. That's a totally legit sub goal, but every time someone subs, that goes up by 1. So it's not actually... I'm sorry. That's... Oh, thank you so much for the sub though. I really do appreciate that. I feel like I scammed you a little bit though. I put the totally legit over there just to make sure that it's like sarcastic, but... Alright, as long as you don't feel scammed. Oh my god. Alright, I'll take it then. I'll take it. Thank you really much though. Thank you really much. Wow. I've lost my senses of how to talk. Okay, I need to make sure that the fuel generators are beyond this line, so let's go ahead and put them in place like this. I also want to make sure that I leave a little bit of gap over here, so let's go ahead and put this down. Let's see, over here. Is that gonna be... Ooh, I think that might be perfect. That might be perfect. So the pipe is going to come from here, and then it's going to go splitting this way and that way, and I think we should be good. Now I'm definitely going to need a lot more platforms, so let's get started on placing these. And now that I have 4 of those, I just wanted to ask, like, is there a way for us to change this, change the blueprint without having to like do it in a blueprint designer, but change the material? So my current material for the blueprint is concrete. Is there a way for me to make it the other concrete, this one? Or do I have to just make a new blueprint for that? That's one of the questions that I've had for a long time, because I haven't found an option to do that just yet. I'm hoping there is, but I haven't seen it, so... Running low on concrete, so let's go ahead and fix that. Yep, that should do. Reload the blueprint, change the material, and save it again. Reload the blueprint. Oh, so I would need the blueprint designer for that, right? So I have to place it down. So load blueprint, this one. Okay. Then I need to change the material for this. Make it coated concrete, because quite honestly I'm in love with this texture. And then save it. That should do it, right? Yeah, I think that should do it. Clear the designer. Give me my storage. Oh, I didn't realize I was over the edge over there. Now let's see if this works. Also, I just realized I forgot about this, didn't I? Right, so this thing is a merger. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of this for now. Get rid of all of these containers. Because remember I said that I need to actually put an awesome sink over here. So let's do that. Now we have 2 containers that are completely full. So what I'll do over here is, instead of having the containers go out that way, I mean, I could have them go out that way because the fuel generators are going to go along this line, so it doesn't really matter that much. I'm going to have a splitter over here though. This is going to be a smart splitter that takes input from here. And I'm going to say on the right, you're going to get fuel, package fuel. And the front is going to be overflow and left is going to be none. Okay? So I think that should be good. Okay, that's not good. That's just a little bit extra space over there. Oh, that's because of the splitter, right? So let's just actually, I can't move this, can I? I'm gonna have to destroy it and rebuild it. Okay, that's fine, we'll do it. I'm gonna use this as my personal storage for now, so that I can move stuff faster. There we go. Right, that should do. And then finally, we're back in place. And then I need to get rid of these 2 and then rebuild them as the input this way and output this way. Let's wait for the autosave to be done because that causes a lag spike. And boom. I'm gonna start placing the stuff. Ooh, did I make a mistake over here? Hang on. Yeah, I did. This is completely wrong. Oh my god. That's completely wrong. Okay, in that case, we're just gonna have to do this. So this is going to be packaged fuel as well. And I'll put the overflow on the left. And then I'll put an awesome sink somewhere over here. And for the time being, I'm just gonna have conveyor belts coming like this. Sure, and then on the right is going to be none. So a little bit of a workaround, but I had to do it because I made a mistake. And that's what you do when you make mistakes. You don't clear it up and start again, you just skate over it. And never fix it. No, actually, that was right. There you go. That should be it. That's gonna start sending all the package fuel in here. And it's gonna make its way over here, over here, and over here. Alright, let's help it along the way by just putting it ourselves. And I just have 1 alclad aluminum sheet remaining. Oh, wait, I have 200 more. Okay. Never mind. Alright, that should start generating stuff fairly soon. I'm gonna carry, like I said, 200 on me at all times. Okay, so that is our output complete, and then for the awesome sink, let's go ahead and set it up. We can set it up over here. Now, how do I make this come out? Yeah, I think that should work. That means that the awesome sink needs to be a little bit to the left. That's awesome. Alright, and that's going to be our overflow protection. I do need to get a little bit of power to this thing, so let's actually grab power from that power pole over there. And this should now be started. Oh, we have 35 coupons. I wonder if there's anything I can buy. I think I've pretty much got everything that I need. Right, now where were we? We were working on the fuel generators. And we needed to place down 17 of these. Now I can only place down 9. So that's 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll place down 1 more over here, and that should be it. Perfect. That is actually exactly where I envisioned it to come, which is like in this line. So we can't put 1 over here. I mean, I guess I could if I wanted to. Nah, it's saying encroaching others' clearance, so maybe not. Nope, it's not gonna fit. So I made a good decision over there. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we need to put 4 down in this direction. That's 1. I need more space. I just completely forgot that I have to use my blueprint over here. What did I make that blueprint for? Alright, just 1 more left. Not sure that's gonna fit. So let's actually be proactive over here and use the blueprint. Okay, how do I make this connect? There we go. So this is basically going to be the 8 fuel generators, and then we're going to have 8 on the other side. So let's actually go ahead and get some more foundations in place. I think a 4x4 should be enough for the rest of the fuel generators. So, oh, missing plastic. Hang on. Let's go and get some plastic. Dude, whoever told me this trick of the blueprints, thank you so much. May God bless you. Such a good idea. Alright, so I'm gonna have the pipe coming out in junctions over here and then make its way along. So that should be good, and then I just need to make sure that the other fuel generators are on the half line over here. Just like that. Now I don't have any more generators, so let's go ahead and place down the pipe junctions. That is a weird place to put a junction. Why did that show me a green line over there? Was it referencing the refinery? It could be. Okay, might as well run across and put them myself. Wait, can I use my hover pack right now? They reference several spots. Okay, I don't think my hover pack has any charge. Hey Grim Reaper. Jolly Grim Reaper. Should remember the jolly part. I'm missing copper sheets. missing everything nowadays. Alright, let's quickly head back home and get some copper sheets. I have so many fuel refineries or fuel generators. I think the hypertube cannons are the fastest way to travel, right, in this game? Is there anything faster than this? I doubt it. I did not mean to land on that. That was a perfect landing and completely accidental. You can point the cannons into a normal tube and go much quicker. Oh, really? Ah, that might need to be tested then. That might need to be tested. I do like the freedom of being able to go where I want though. Like, even though that cannon was pointed that direction, I still could go this way. And if I had all the cannons pointed into a normal tube, I wouldn't be able to do that. Can make it across the map in 2 to 4 seconds? Wow. Okay, I need to see a video of that. Because that sounds incredible. Alright, so I need to just get some pipelines here. Let's do it. Now we don't need a pipeline Mark II because we're doing only 200. So we're going to stick with the Mark I. Unless there's a reason to upgrade to Mark II, which I doubt. I need another junction over here. And then we're going to bring the pipe like this. Maybe I should put a junction here actually. Yeah, that works. And then pipeline Mark I. Going to do some chores, but we'll leave a lurk. No worries, Dime. Thank you so much for the lurk and thank you so much for the sub. I hope you have a fantastic time with all your chores. Who's that? Playtown Games. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, my dude. Do you only play town games or do you play Satisfactory as well? That's a stupid question. Ignore that. Ignore that. Alright, I'm gonna put this on the wall. I don't see where the... Oh my god, where's the center of this thing? Ah, is that it? I think that's it. Production 150 megawatts because I haven't connected that up to the main line yet. But I don't understand, like, if there's no consumption, why is this still burning fuel? Like, where does the consumption go? You do play Satisfactory. I think Factorio is what inspired Satisfactory, if I'm not wrong. Like, Factorio is a really good game. Welcome in. I think I'm gonna need to pull another line over there. I hope that I didn't need to, but I did. I've seen several people say that there's like too many similarities for it to not be inspired by it. Alright, there we go. So that's now going to be connected to the main system. We're getting 26,400. Generators continue to work, but if no power is drawn, they consume no fuel. Oh, okay, okay. Interesting. Alright, let's get another one of these. I wish I could see properly where like the gap or the center of this thing is. Satisfactory is inspired by Factorio, and Factorio is inspired by modded Minecraft. Nice! I actually did not know that. Nice, that's good to know. Alright, what is number 7 on my hotbar right now? Power pole Mark 3. Why do I have power pole Mark 3 over there? There's no point in having that. Where is my power? I just want to put wall outlets Mark 1 over there. So that's gonna go there. Hello, Anon Yummy? Is that correct? Or is it Yumi? I might need to extend this roof if I want to do it this way, which is a little bit of a problem. So instead, Anon is enough. Okay, perfect. Sounds good to me. I'm just gonna pull a power line over here and, you know, just keep it going through the center if possible. So we have 1 2 3 4. So I'm gonna put down one like right in the middle over here on top of the fluid pipeline, because that makes complete sense. And then I'm just going to upgrade this one and upgrade this one and move this along the way. Let's upgrade that as well. Yeah, this middle power pole is going to be heavily used, isn't it? Might need to do something about that. Okay, but we are starting to get more power in. Now this is going to go 27,450. Okay. I'm hoping that the modular frames are done by now. I don't have high hopes, but the hope is that it's done so that we can get the rest of them in. But I need to make sure that my refineries are constantly working, and at the moment they are not. Unless we can get the refineries working, we're not going to get the plastic production for the packaging, for the canisters, that is. Probably should have put them early on. If I had predicted that I need them, that would have been good. But then again, I ain't the smartest tool in the shed. Oh! Dude, that zipline sprint feature that they added is so good. Only problem is that sometimes it goes so fast that I actually bump into the power pole itself. And it ruins my momentum. Alright, looks like we have all the stuff that we need. I'm just gonna make sure that there's no extras in here. It doesn't look like it. Perfect. Let's go back. So, how many of you guys over here have completed Satisfactory? Like, until nuclear pasta and like all of the coupons and got all the trophies and stuff? Because I've been playing this game for a while now and I haven't even started working on phase 4. It's really interesting how phase 1, 2 and 3 goes by super quick. And then phase 4 is just like, boom. We're just gonna drop everything on you and make it 100 times harder. Did I mess this up? Did I mess up the placement of these somehow? Oh, no. I messed up this one. Right, because there's a gap over here. I was like, how could I have messed that up? Alright, so that's going to be the main ones. Let's go ahead and give this some fuel. Finished everything in a co-op. Now in solo working on tier 4. Tier 4. Right, okay. So one thing that I really did not do correctly in the game is setting up automatic production of computers and heavy modular frames. I totally underestimated how much I need for that. Oh, phase 4. Okay. For the space elevator. Right. I think I'm gonna need some power pole Mark 3s over here. The Mark 2s are not going to cut it. So let's get a craft bench working, going. Let's see if I can make some high speed connectors. I can make 3. That's not gonna be nearly enough. Finished a 45 HMF factory. What is HMF? I don't think I've even reached there yet. Okay, I might just... Oh, heavy modular frame. Okay, I'm not really acquainted with the short forms just yet, so my apologies. I think I'll connect this up over here. Okay, I think that's all of them. And I need to connect this to a proper power pole in the middle. So I'm gonna put this over here and then connect this up to the middle, and that should be connected to the main network now. So we should see a increase. There we go. 28,500 megawatts. RIP for reinforced iron plates and EIB for encased industrial beams. Yeah, definitely need to get acquainted with those. Alright, so I think we are currently using 16 times 12, which is what, 192 fuel per minute? I think that's about right. Yep, looks like it. This is all fuel, this is all full. The fuel is going down, the polymer resin is shooting off into these refineries. I don't really care about the water because we are producing more. Kent here! Dude, welcome in!
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Hey, how you doing, dude? What were you up to today? Minecraft? Were you doing hardcore once again? Or were you playing on your sub-server? Or it's just a viewer server? I forget. Everyone, if you don't know who Kentia is, he's a very good hardcore Minecraft player. He does insane challenges like defeating 20 withers at the same time, stuff like that. And the one crowning, like the most popular build on his old hardcore world was a toilet seat that I requested. A toilet lid. Okay, why is this fuel not going down? Come on, let's see you go off. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Deadshot. I normally play modded Minecraft, but I have recently started playing Satisfactory, and I am currently absolutely hooked onto it. Okay, there's something not right about this. Why is this fuel not going? Are you on Origins SMP? Naturally, you're the Wither Origin. Yep, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, the Withers destroyed the toilet lid. That was a sad day. It was a sad day for everyone. Okay, why? Oh, there's ads. Oh my god, why is it that anytime anyone raids, the ads are there at the exact wrong time? This happened 2 times today, Kenty. When someone raids, the ads start playing. It's the worst time for the ads. What were you up to on Origins though? Were you building something? Also, I've been meaning to ask, like, the Wither Origin, what does it give you? What is the pros and cons of it? It sounds really interesting. Alright, chat, is the reason that these are not emptying just because it's a manifold setup? And is it going to empty in the future? Still trying to get stronger because you're still broke and haven't got good gear. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. It's still more like vanilla plus, right? With Origins. Okay, I need to put down one more of these. This one is going to go right here. Let's get the pipe. Let's get the power. Should start producing immediately. That's going to be 28,650 megawatts of energy. Alright, awesome. Oh, I do need to make sure that this is underclocked though. Because we only want to use 8 cubic meters per minute, otherwise we run over. So yeah, that should be good. And that should now produce 28,600. Perfect. So Kenty, what I've been working over here is on crude oil and stuff. So if we take a look at the top over here, I have a big setup over here that is refining crude oil into 3 items. So it's refining it into plastic, rubber, and heavy oil residue. And then the heavy oil residue, which is this purple thing over here, it goes into 10 more refineries, which refines it further into fuel, as you can see. And then the fuel goes underneath this platform and goes into some really beautifully made piping that I'm extremely proud of. And it goes along these pipes and goes into these fuel generators over here, which all consume the fuel that's being generated and give us power. So that is the first system that I've designed. And then the second system that I'm designing right now, which is pretty much done, it takes crude oil from there, it refines it directly into fuel and polymer resin. So fuel and polymer resin. The polymer resin goes into these refineries along with water and turns into plastic. And then the fuel goes into either these packages over here, which package it into packaged fuel, or it goes into more fuel generators to generate even more power. And then the packaged fuel over here is what we are going to be using anytime we fly with our jetpack, or anytime we drive a vehicle. So that's why we need the packaged fuel. And then the plastic goes into those constructors and it makes canisters, and then the fuel is packaged into those canisters. That's how this whole system is working. It is a pretty good setup. It is a pretty good setup. The origin you get natural soul speed, immunity to wither. You get a shield at 50% health that makes you more resistant to damage and immune to projectiles. Wow. Can't farm overworld crops, breed animals, and you spawn in the nether, which has the better nether mod. Right, so the better nether mod, that is the one where you have those extra biomes and stuff, right? I'm actually not a big fan of that. I feel like the Minecraft biomes are good enough that you don't really need to overhaul them. But that's just me. I feel like when it's kind of hectic until you got access to the overworld. Yeah, exactly. I feel like they in trying to make sure that the game feels more different with the mod, they've gone so far that it's yeah. And plus, yeah, because it's world generation, there's a lot more lag. That's true. That is true. Okay, I think I'm happy with this design for now. I can't really go and put a wall down over here, unfortunately. So that's gonna have to be as it is. Maybe I can put down some pillars in between or something. But for now, this is going to have to remain how it is. I believe that eventually... Wow, that was a big lag spike. Eventually, we will start getting rid of all the fuel over here. It's because it's a manifold system, right? It's going to take some time. But eventually, we'll probably get rid of all of this excess. Now the problem is that because of this excess, we aren't getting enough polymer resin. So actually, you know what I could do very quickly? I can just flush this network a little bit. I'm not gonna flush the full pipe network because that'll cause problems. But there we go. That is making a difference. Recently fought a bedrock wither. It gave you a run for your money, but you beat it. I feel like the bedrock wither is a lot more stronger, right? Compared to the Java wither. Or is that just an over-exaggeration? You would be able to give me a proper idea about it. Come on, man. Just use up all the fuel. What's taking so long? More health, more mobile, and at half health it does another explosion and spawns some wither skellies. Yeah, that seems like what the wither should have been to me. The wither boss. Like, because it should summon its minions, right? I feel like on Java they just didn't do as much as they could with it. Alright, I think I'm happy with this setup for now. There's nothing more we can do with this at the moment. So, what should we do going forward? Definitely need to get rid of this. Okay, so we do have more crude oil over here. Now, we do need to do another project, which I said earlier in this stream, which is called the smokeless powder. Okay, Smokeless powder comes from heavy oil residue with black powder, which comes from coal and sulfur. Now, I don't know if you have any sulfur nodes nearby. Let's check. I see a geyser. I see limestone. I see iron. There's some more crude oil, which we can use. There's some coal over here, but I don't see a sulfur node anywhere nearby, which is a bit of a problem because the nearest sulfur node is this one. And that's where we actually have black powder. So if I wanted black powder over here, I would need to drag it all the way across from here, which is a long distance. That would take a long time. And I would need to figure out where I can produce it. So that's going to be another thing. Now I do have 3 oil nodes left in this area. So there's 1, 2, and 3. 2 of them are normal and 1 of them is impure. So depending on that, I would need to design my system for smokeless powder. Now if I got this crude oil which is impure, I would need to get my items probably from above. So I would probably need to go all the way above, go to the right over here, and then go across like this. Let's actually go to the sulfur node and see how we've set it up, because it's been a while since I've actually been there. I set it up a few streams ago. I mean a lot of streams ago. I'm not sure exactly which way I have the thing pointed, the sulfur miner. So I'm gonna need to figure that out. Alright, let's go. Oh, what is that? Were those flowers in the air? Were those actual flowers in mid-air that I just saw? Alright, so that's my sulfur node right here. So if you look over there, that's the sulfur node. The sulfur goes that way and it goes into that whole construction thing. But if I wanted the sulfur to go there, I would need to construct it like going all the way across over the void and going onto the crater somehow. That could be dangerous. It could be extremely dangerous. But it could also be a fun project. And let's see, what are we using the sulfur for? We're using it to make black powder, which is then used to make nobelisks, right? Yeah, so we're making black powder using sulfur and coal. And then that black powder goes into this thing over here, where it either goes into storage. And then this is a splitter, right? Yeah, that's a conveyor splitter. And then the other thing is it goes into another assembler with steel pipes. Okay, then that makes nobelisks. Now, one thing about nobelisks is that I have way too many of them. I don't think I need that many. So what I could do is actually just turn my sulfur node around. Or I could just have a splitter over here. Like let's say I had a smart splitter or something over here, a normal splitter. And there's just take the sulfur along this way and just go straight into the void with it. I think that might work. Yeah, I could do that. I'm fairly certain. Now, how much sulfur can you mine? 120 per minute. Why? Why is it so low? I need all the boom tubes. Is this an impure node? Hang on. Come on. Are you an impure node? No, you're a normal node. Oh, right. A pure node does 240. This does 120. Okay. That makes sense. So if I wanted black powder, that's 1 to 1 makes 2. Okay, so I would need a normal coal node for this. Let's just take a look over here. So we have 4 nodes and we do have, all 4 of them are normal. Okay, so what I could do over here is quickly have a platform running all the way over here. And then it turns this way. The coal comes up from here. We produce black powder. And we take oil from here. We just bring the platform further. And then we produce the smokeless powder over there. I think that works. That should work. I like that idea. So let's go for it. Let's go for it. The first thing that I'm going to need to do is actually get rid of this belt because it is completely wrong. And let's build it again. Come on. There we go. Oh, actually, before building that, let's put down the splitter. So I'm gonna put down a conveyor splitter. We don't really need a normal one for this. Then let's take a belt that goes in. So we get an input from there. And then we're gonna get another output that's gonna go like this. Yeah, I think this works. So, time to zoop. I'm not going to be using the blueprint for this because I don't intend to build a 4x4. Although, I guess I could build a 1x4. But you can't zoop that, can you? So that wouldn't make any sense. Unless I'm building at least more than 10 foundations, it doesn't make sense to use a blueprint. I gotta be careful over here that I don't die. I've already had one shame of dying. I don't want to be shamed again. Oh, dude. So many raids today.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Welcome in, Zeke28. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. You're playing Satisfactory as well? What were you up to in Satisfactory? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I just lost my voice there. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Deadshot. I play modded Minecraft and Satisfactory, although recently I've been playing a lot more Satisfactory. Needless to say, it's been a satisfactory experience. Building a versatile framework. Oh, I remember when I had to do that. That was crazy. I used that for what, phase 2? That's for phase 2, right? And then I guess you need it for phase 3 and phase 4 as well. Are you building a factory just for versatile frameworks? Wow. Yeah, I haven't built a factory yet. I've just built one assembler that's making it. And then that's it. That's all that I've done. I'm currently working on power production and like production with oil. So we just got the packaged fuel production up and running. And now I'm working on getting smokeless powder. So I need to get a platform all the way out till here so that I can get the coal. It's a factory and it makes 10 per minute. I mean, that's fine as long as it's a factory. That's all that matters. Okay, I think I should be able to jump all the way till there. I need to get a little bit more concrete. I am running low. $10 per minute is pretty good though for versatile frameworks. How early on are you in the game? You're done for the day? Oh, no worries. Thank you. Thanks for the follow as well, and thank you for the raid. Yeah, you get some rest. Get some rest. Hope you have a fantastic rest. I shall try my best to take care of your peeps. Have a good one. Right, let's get... Guess we can get, what, 8 stacks? We're gonna need a lot of concrete, so... Might as well get as much as we can carry. We got a lot of raids today. Oh, oh. Okay, I gotta be careful because I do not want to overshoot. Falling into the void is an experience that I have already had today and I have no desire to repeat it. So, let's be a little bit careful with how we do this. Perfect. Okay, so are we there yet? A little bit further, and I guess we should be there yet. Is this correct? A little bit further behind, I guess. Okay, that looks good to me. So we'll take a turn over here. Oh, there's actually a copper ore thing over here. There's a copper node right here. I didn't even see that. I could use that to make some sheets or something if I needed. Now I'm gonna bring up the coal from there. So we might need to use some vertical conveyor lifts. Sure, why not? So what I could do over here is just have like a little expansion. And then we bring the coal up over here. We get the conveyor belt coming this way. And then how much am I going to be making? Let's see. If I wanted to search black powder and we can make 30 per minute, it only takes 15 per minute. So if I wanted to make this using 120 coal and 120 sulfur, then that would be 8 constructors or 8 assemblers. 8 assemblers per working at 30 per minute. Okay, that should be doable. That's definitely doable. And I think I might need to expand this a little bit more. And then go 2 of these. So that's going to be a 5x5 area. Now how do I put down the assemblers for this? So if I had the input over here, then the output would have to be the other way. I think this works. Now the problem is that the coal is coming from there. Maybe I should bring that node up instead of this one. Okay, I might I don't know. I think I might do the processing a little bit further rather than a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit further. I don't like that it's like right here. So what if we brought the process over here? So how many blocks was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically what's going to happen is I'm going to have the coal coming in like this. So this is where the coal will come, this is where the sulfur will come. And then we'll just have it going into the assemblers. Maybe I could do a vertical stacking conveyor for this rather than having it. Yeah, I think that would be better. So I could do something like this. The coal can come up, go through here, the sulfur can go through here, and we can just put it into the assemblers. Let's get the assemblers in place. Oh, come on, there's plenty of space over there. Okay. So that should be correct, I think. 8 assemblers. I'm going to need 8 splitters for this as well. Let's actually design the system before we bring the items in. So we're going to need some splitters over here. I think I'll go for bottom splitters. No, I think I am going to need both of the splitters anyway, so let's go input here, bottom splitters in front. So that's going to be, let's say, sulfur or coal. It doesn't really matter. Whichever one we want it to be. Okay, so that's going to be the first thing. Conveyor belt, please. There's the first splitter configured completely. Then the second one is going to go on top of this. So let's actually put it up here. So that's going to be in line with this vertical stackable conveyor pole. But it's going to have to come out this way, right? So how could I do that? Can I make a conveyor lift that goes sideways? I don't think so, right? No, that would be a little bit higher up. Okay, okay. Could I just do nope, I can't do a conveyor. So maybe I have to go like this. Right? And then I can just take a lift. What do you mean invalid shape? Come on, dude. That's really annoying. Right, let's do this the old-fashioned way. So if I had a splitter over here, is that gonna work? Or is that still going to say problems? I think it's still going to give me problems. Probably because I didn't put it in line. I think it needs to be like this. What is that? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Oh my god. Okay, I definitely need to build it up higher. So it's going to be on this level. Input from there. There we go, that's more like it. So that's now connected perfectly. Then we just need to connect all of them the same way. Now if only there was a way to zoop splitters across, like straight in front. That would be perfect, but unfortunately, that's not possible. So, oh, that is also wrong. Wait, how did I do this again? Okay. I placed a... Oh. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, so that's exactly 4 meters in height, is it? I should be able to just cover this up. And just put down my splitters. I need to make sure that I'm splitting the right way. I believe that is all correct. Am I getting an input over there, output over here, here? That's good. Nope, that's wrong. Okay, and then the final thing is just to put down the conveyors. Now, these conveyors are wrong. So, let's get Mark 5 conveyors, because why not? I just went through the floor over there. Right, so I think that should work. We're just going to have to figure it out once we get the materials in. But I believe that there's no reason for this not to work. So all the sulfur that'll come in will go probably from here. Oh, actually, I might bring coal from above because sulfur is coming in from this platform, right? So let's keep it on the same platform so that it's, you know, the same height. And because we are bringing in coal from below, we can just adjust the height accordingly. I think that makes sense. I hope it does. Right, so that's my platform. It just looks like a giant like spatula in midair. That's the handle. That's the spoon area. Okay, I feel like I'm going to need a lot more aluminum sheets. So let's actually go and get some. Right, so Alclad aluminum is this way. It's actually between those arches over there, but I don't think I'm gonna make it all the way. So I'll just go as far as I can and then leg it all the way. Oh, it's raining. Unforeseen circumstances. Actually, in this game, I don't mind the rain as much as Minecraft. In Minecraft, the thing is the raindrops are blue, and that causes a lot of problems because what you need is an in-game lackey that can go and bring all the stuff you need. I think which was that game called? I think Sons of the Forest or something, where you have a lackey who does stuff for you. That would be nice if you had a lackey to do that. But then again, we have trucks and stuff. It's just that I haven't used them. I should probably start using all of that. I just don't. And that's my mistake. I should have a central storage area where everything is just for me to access on demand. But I've not reached that stage yet where I'm confident enough that I can just, you know, take a bunch of stuff and haul it like across the map. Is this a cave? Hang on. I need to check what's in here. Whenever I see a cave in Satisfactory, I get like really excited because there might be power shards in here. Alternatively, there could also be those work in progress items, which are really bad. Yep, does sound like a work in progress item. And the cave has no exit. Yep, it's just a Mercer sphere. Great. What a waste of time. What we need is like for the drones to be what you could do is have some remote drones that can be piloted by you basically remotely. So not piloted, but you can tell them that I need this X amount of items from this location, and as long as the drone has batteries or access to batteries, it should be able to go ahead and get the items that we request and bring it to our location. That I think would be really good. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. That way is the aluminum casings. I need to go that way. Also, what is the efficiency of drones? Like, how many items can they carry? How fast are they? Are they worth replacing trains if anyone has a train system? Are they worth using at all? Oh, this is... I used the wrong thing. This is aluminum. And it's already filled up. Wow. I need this. This is what I need. I guess I could put down like a small storage unit or something over here. Drones have 18 slots of storage. 18 is not bad, actually. For something that's quite small, 18 is pretty decent. Like in comparison to trains, when you think about it, 18 is not bad at all. Alright, so the aluminum ingots should be going in here because I accidentally picked them up. So, good riddance. And then all the alclad sheets, they should be going into my storage. And then the excess will go into the awesome sink. Speaking of awesome, I should probably check the shop and see what I have available. I did buy a lot of stuff for the last couple of days. I had like 60 tickets in there, 60 coupons. So I might take a look. Is there anything left for me to buy? It's a good question. Alright, let's go. I think I'm gonna put down a hypertube cannon over here as well. So let's put it over here. Actually, there's trees in between. Can I get rid of these trees? Hang on. Or are these trees too big to get rid of? Nope, I can't get rid of them. The only things I can't get rid of are these infernal trees over here, because they haven't actually programmed you to be able to get rid of them. So these trees, they are unbreakable. Can't chainsaw them, can't nobelisk them. I'm hoping that's fixed in the next update. Train carriage has 32 slots. 18 versus 32. I think 2 drones would be better, right? Because you have freedom of movement in the sky rather than having to build a rail. What do you think? Why can't I middle click this? My middle click is not working. Oh yeah, that's true. We can do more than one. That's true. Okay, for some reason my middle click was not working over there. Is that a bug with blueprints? Yeah, looks like it. I'm not able to middle click again. Drones use batteries, so you need to set up a production plant for that. I mean, yeah, that does make sense. They're not going to give it to you for free. That's not what Satisfactory is all about, so I can understand that. Okay, that looks good to me. Let's get one more platform and then let's get a hypertube. We'll go like this. What do you mean invalid shape? Are you serious? Dude, weak. There we go. That should be about right. I need to connect this up to power. And then I guess that can get connected from there. Yeah, why not? I'll put down a power pole over here just to make sure that it's on its own connection. Then connect it up. Okay. Are all of them up and running? Looks like it. Train tracks transport power. That's true. Drones do not. I'm guessing it's on a per basis scenario, like if you need it or not kind of thing. That's gonna send us home. That's actually gonna send us over the space elevator if we're not careful. Okay, fog, you can clear any day now. Oh god, I might overshoot. Come on, come on, stop, stop. Oh. Okay, that was scary. If I'd gone off the edge of the map over there, I would have been really upset. These are my pets, by the way. They are called Bobo, La Lobo, and Lobo Babobo. I'm very fond of them. Okay, let's go ahead and this is a conveyor belt Mark II. Why are you a Mark II? Upgrade. We want the materials to be moving as fast as possible. Yeah, one thing I need in this game is for conveyor belts to be infinitely long. Because dragging along these conveyor belts is a drag. I know there must be some sort of reasoning behind it, but I know that there's mods that stretch it out more, so I don't know. Hey Amron, how's it going, dude? Yeah. I need to be a little bit more careful with my jumping. I don't want to fall off. This is such a precarious situation that I'm in. How you been, Emiron? Honestly, I should have just done one of those triangular, what do you call that thing? Diagonal conveyors. This thing is, oh my god, that's such a long way to go. Nothing special? That's fine. I haven't been doing anything special either. We're in the same boat. I'm just building some conveyors. That's basically it. I did set up a pretty sweet system for packaged fuel though. I might need to go get some more aluminum. I think I underestimated how much I need. Wow. I'm already down from 900 to 450. No. This is all the sort of boring work that YouTube videos never show you. Just setting up thousands of lines of conveyors and stuff. You can just skip that when it comes to YouTube. You can't do that over here. Not on Twitch. You gotta see everything. I've been watching a playthrough or walkthrough. No, not walkthrough. It is a playthrough. It's a playthrough by this guy called Darren. Darren Plays Games, I think. It's pretty cool. The stuff that he's building. Quite exciting. I don't know, maybe not exciting, but really solid playthrough. I've been enjoying learning a bit from him. I don't know if anyone knows Darren Plays Games. I'm also learning a lot from Total X Clips and I'm Kibitz. I should just say Kibitz because I'm not Kibitz. The first thing that I learned on Satisfactory was the 90-degree turn trick. I've been using it ever since. Such a good trick for the conveyor system. Yep, I'm at 128 or 100 at this point. Aluminum. Come on, please tell me you're gonna make it. I think we might make it. Just barely. Oh, but we're gonna make it. There we go. All the sulfur is gonna make its way through. Ouch. Now, I do need to get some power running to these assemblers. So let's see, how can I do that? Oh, hey Nitsa.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Hello, Nitsa. You were playing Satisfactory as well. Welcome in. How you doing, dude? I think I'll do a power pole over here. So like right in between. You broke the V8 server? What did you do now? How'd you break it? What happened? How did you mess up this time? What's with people breaking servers in our community, by the way? McKay and I used to break Mr. Wiggly's server all the time. When you use the copy-paste gadget with the modded block with the GUI, it doesn't like it. Oh. Interesting. I might have to check that out, you know. Alright, there we go. So all of these assemblers should have power now. Oh, I haven't given them the recipe yet. What's the matter with me? You were using some schematic cannons as decor with construction paste, and Andromeda didn't like it. I see. I've never actually used schematic cannons. Never mind for decor, I've never actually even used them, so I wouldn't know how that feels. I'm just gonna give that the max sulfur so that, you know, that's gonna fill up as soon as possible, then all the remaining can go in there. There we go, look at that. That's quick. I think we've done yeah, we've gotten rid of our backlog. Look at how much space there is on this thing. Alright, so the next thing that I need to do is get rid of this. Breaky time with the family. No worries, Nessa, thank you for the raid. Go enjoy your brekkies. And go enjoy your time with your family. Okay, why can't I put this on the... Oh, do I need to do it like this? That's weird. Okay. No, that doesn't look right. So what if I... Ooh, oh god. That is a very fast conveyor. Okay, I think I'll go this way. I just need to go a few blocks in front because I need to make sure that I can bring the coal from all the way down there. Now, in order to do that, I will need a miner, which will need a portable miner. So let's go ahead and get 2 portable miners. Floor is too steep. I can make 65 portable miners. Thankfully, I only need 2. Right, and then I should hopefully have everything required for the miner Mark II, and I do. That's good. Now, can I just knock it straight down over there? I could. And it looks like it's sitting perfectly on the ground. But maybe I should go down and put the foundations just in case. Okay, also I need to bring some power from here. Total Eclipse showed how to make infinitely tall elevators. Yeah, using those roof conveyor things, right? The conveyor holes in the roof. I did try that out once, but I found that the textures get completely messed up for them. And it didn't look too good. So I decided not to use them. Welcome in, Scruffy Pudge. But that was just my personal preference. Yeah, the textures used to go all out of whack for that. It used to look like a 8-bit game from 1980s. So you won't be able to like notice much. Use them for something just slightly higher. Yeah, I tried using them over here. I'll show you. Where is it? Oh, this is not the area. So when I when I did my aluminum sheets, the alclad aluminum sheets, I took the copper all the way from this where is it? All the way from this valley, and I pulled it all the way up till here, till the mountain. So I tried using the infinite one over there, and it just completely messed up the texture. It looked so bad that I had to remove it. Ah, no worries, no worries. Always appreciate like anyone coming in with alternative solutions, let's say. Actually don't have a lot of materials. That would work. Now the problem is I'm missing more alclad aluminum sheets. Let's go and get some. Oh, is this going to break my cannon? I hope not. It just might actually. I'm gonna have to check. I'll do a quick save before I do this, just in case something goes wrong. Oh boy. Okay, just made it. I was hoping that I didn't hit that platform and go flying somewhere else. I just crossed it. Look at the length of that conveyor. Oh my god. That is huge. Alright, now to make my way over there. So, you see that middle part over there, that really slim line? Okay, man. There's actually a command for that.
That's what she said.
So this is the area. You can see all those vertical conveyors. That was where I tried the infinite conveyor. This one over here. But it didn't work out too well. So I had it running. It was running, but the texture was so bad that I just replaced it. I think I like the snaking look more though. It looks a little bit more realistic, kind of. Plus the textures work, so that's the biggest plus point. Wow, I didn't expect to have to run so much. Thankfully I have a third cannon over here to get back easily. So let's go ahead and gather some more sheets. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, that should do it. Let's make our way through here. We'll try to make our way like this now. Look at all that fog. Is there a way to turn off fog in the game? Just so I can see where I'm going exactly? Or do I always have to guess? Ow! That was unexpected. I controlled my descent so well. How did that happen? Okay, so that's gonna go only up till here. You just unlock the jetpack on your save. You feel like Aladdin. A whole new world. Yeah, it's really good. The jetpack basically saves you in a lot of situations. Alright, before I do this, I'm gonna go straight across. Just to make sure I know exactly what height I need to be at. You can turn off fog, but you need to bring up the command interface. I think the command interface is this, right? Yeah, that's the command interface. I don't know. I just know that that's the interface. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Alright, this is a good way of always making sure that your platform goes, like your conveyor lift goes to the right platform. Just build out over it and build your stuff. Oh right, I can't get rid of this. Okay, I think that should do it. Why is that showing star star star? it looked at that and Twitch thought that was a link and it got rid of it. It turned that into star star star. So you're saying r dot fog 0 or off. Okay, looks like that has turned the fog off. It'll ruin a little bit of the immersion, but that's fine. I don't mind. Okay, so let's go down here once again, turn the coal miner on. Oh, I just realized this is not going to work. Maybe I can do it, how should I do this? Is that gonna work? Why do I feel like this is not gonna work? Oh, never mind. I was just being a weirdo. Okay, so that's gonna do 120 coal per minute. Oh, I just realized I gotta go back up and turn all the machines off. I just want the coal to go up there, but I don't want it to go in the machines. So I'm gonna put all of these on standby to make sure they don't actually work, because I want the manifold to fill up as much as possible. Okay, there we go, that should be good. Alright, so that should start producing. Should I overclock this just for a little bit? Why not? What's stopping me? Good night, girl. Thank you for being here. Have a good one. Alright, so that should start sending all the items in there. I'm just gonna wait until this fills up. So that's when we know that we have achieved max capacity. And then I'll remove the power shards. I don't know how long that's gonna take though, because I'm not sure if the... Oh, there we go, there we go. You can see it start backing up. Okay, that'll just do its thing now. Woohoo! Okay, now we are getting the coal from here, right? So I'm gonna turn this off, turn these machines on the opposite way, just so that we can start getting all the coal in here from the start, and then we can start producing more in the future. So that's now full. This is the best way to make sure that you stock up a manifold system without waiting for your last machines to be completely messed up. Okay, I think we've run out of coal. But this is still the best option. Come on, Cole. I got faith in you. Oh, maybe while the coal is doing its thing, I should also set up the mergers for the output. I probably should have done that from the start, but we'll get it done now. So I need a few mergers. And I need to point them in this direction because we are going to be taking the black powder this way. Okay, so that's 4 of them and then 4 on this side. Oops, autosave. No. I just took a big conveyor from the sulfur node and then come all the way here. This is not part of that system. This is a completely new thing that we're working on. We're working on smokeless powder. I realized that smokeless powder is used in a lot of stuff to be researched in the MAM. So I decided might as well do it. Oh, that's wrong. How did I manage to mess it up that much? Oh, I think I placed it. I placed it in relation to something else. And I got this one wrong as well. What in the world? It was really bad. There we go. So that's gonna do it. Let me put these black powder over here so that we can get them out the inventory. And we just need to do the same thing on the other side. Now these should all be full, hopefully. There we go. The lines have failed us. They do quite often, to be honest. I've seen them fail multiple times. I guess because they show us the factory lines for the machines as well as the inputs. So sometimes we can get confused by them. Right, that looks good. So we have all of our black powder coming out. I wonder where the plastic is for bottling these up. Where's the plastic coming from? Just out of thin air, I guess. Alright, how are we doing on the coal? 25? That's it? Alright, I'm still waiting on these to get filled up. As soon as these are filled up, we turn on the last ones. Then everything will be in production. See, that's a good thing about having a manifold system that's ready. You don't need to wait for all your resources to get split. Because you do it yourself. This thing has 100 sulfur waiting.
I guess we all have future pants. Their pants are going to wear.
I'm just waiting for the coal now. I probably should have left it overclocked and just come up here and unlocked everything.
Day after that.
You're convinced that's why other items require so much plastic, so it makes up for all the free plastic we got earlier. So it just takes the plastic from us, and instead of using it in that actual item, it just puts it into a null void where it is brought out of into these machines.
Day after that.
So these machines just contact the null void. They bring the plastic from there and use it to make all the screw containers, these plastic bottles, all of that stuff. You know what would be awesome then in that case would be if they added, instead of black powder like this, they could have a black powder that looks kind of like this, but dark blackish color or powder. And then if you wanted to make the packaged black powder, it would need a packager. That would be cool, I think. It's the plastic dimension. Sounds about right. Alright, this is going to take a while. Come on, Cole. I have faith in you. It's an extra step in audio production. Yeah, but it makes more sense, right? Like, how does one coal and one sulfur equal a box of or plastic box of black powder?
And the next day.
It's
And the day after.
it's ruining the immersion. If they could explain it somehow, that we get the plastic, we source it through the coal being produced in this itself somehow, I would have taken it. Yeah, people have been telling me that, Deveras. They have been telling me to try out Satisfactory Plus. And that is on my agenda to do. As soon as I finish the vanilla playthrough, I'll take a little bit of a break and then get right into Satisfactory Plus. What about the bins full of radioactive waste? Yeah, that too. That too. Alright, so that's complete. It doesn't feel like we're getting a lot of coal, but honestly it's because we are producing far too less compared to the amount that the belts can carry. But it feels like we are not producing a lot of coal at all. Oh, this is actually going down. What? Why is this going down? Oh, was it because we activated the other ones and this didn't have any coal remaining coming to it? That might make sense. I still have one more assembler left. Okay, at this point I think we can start this up. How do some rods and plates make a constructor that uses electricity and be able to faultlessly make a whole bunch of different items using all sorts of different materials? Yeah, I think once you start questioning it, it all falls apart. Satisfactory is technology that is also related to magic. If you can't explain it, it's magic. If you can, it's technology. That's basically the premise. Okay, now how much black powder are we making? 30 times 8. That's 240, right? So let's go ahead and get a merger. Merger. Alright. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Took the words right out of my mouth. Okay, so this is now being merged, so it's going to send the stuff along this line. Now we need to put this along with heavy oil residue, right? In order to make smokeless powder, we can't put it with crude oil. We have to do it with heavy oil residue. So now the two things that give us the most heavy oil residue is rubber and polymer. So I think I should just do the polymer resin one. So if I did this recipe, that's 60 per minute, that makes 130 and 20, right? The reason why I'm looking at this one is because we have a crude oil node, which is right in front of us over there, right there, and that does 60 per minute. So we could just take that and we could use that as the polymer resin factory. I think that would work. Okay. I need to make a couple of changes over here real quick. I wish you could get rid of this thing. This massive little thing that's... Massive little thing, wow. This massive thing that's coming in between the oil and us. Wish I could get rid of that, but I don't think you can. Oh, dude. Oh, okay. Did not want to fall off over there. I'm going to need to get that oil out, put it in a refinery, get the heavy oil residue, put that in another refinery, right? Smokeless powder. This goes in a refinery, right? And that makes the smokeless powder. Okay. So actually, hang on. Can I do a ramp over here? This is just a temporary ramp. I'm not going to be using it for moving items or anything. It's just for me to get up and down, basically. Okay, that makes it easier. Now, I just need to check how high is this platform from this. Is it going to be more than 10 meters? Because the oil extractor can only extract up to 10 meters. I think it should be okay. I'm missing cables? Are you serious? Of all things to be missing, I'm missing cables. Really? Is that enough cables for you? Oh, that's exactly how many it needed. Okay. Right, so that's gonna be the platform. Let's get rid of this. Let's actually get rid of both of these. We don't need that. And I need to see like how much distance is this. So let's go this. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, I should be able to pipe that up. Do you have the iron cable recipe? I do actually. I do have it. Right, just I need to check. Can I do a flow hole over here? Could I do one thing like this and get a pipe? I mean, I guess that works. This is going to be able to head lift, right? Because it does up to 10 meters. That should work, as far as I know. Okay, so let's see, how do I want to do this? Because I'm going to get the black powder from there. It's going to come down over here. So if I put my refinery facing that way, refinery facing that way, I'm missing motors. Wow. Yeah, I think I could put it like this and get the crude oil going straight in there. I'm missing one motor, yeah. But I would need to make more refineries anyway, so let's go and get some. Thankfully now it doesn't take too long for us to get all our stuff because we have the hypertube cannons in place. This takes us a few seconds now compared to a few minutes. Like, remember having to zipline across that entire route over there? That's no longer necessary. Right, how many do I need for 2 refineries? I need 20. So let's grab 50. Let's grab 100. Always good to carry some extras. Bean, what the heck are you doing? Get off my cannon. Off! Get off! Bugger off! Off you pop. What's he stuck on? Is he stuck on that wire? Oh, dude. Get out. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Alright, you chose your fate. I tried to help you. You chose your fate. I think he'll despawn as soon as we leave though. So, that's fine. Alright, flight deadshot heading into the runway. Hey, landed it perfectly. Oh, look at that. We're starting to get some package fuel going in here. We have 40 coupons. Nice. 40 coupons is quite a bit. Alright, so now we can build the refineries. Let's go ahead and put one down over here. Is that going to be in line actually? I hope it is. Yeah, looks like it's in line. So this is going to be making polymer resin for us. So that only takes an input of crude oil. So that's going to get crude oil as soon as we give this thing power. Where is power? There is power. Oh, missing cables again. Why did I get cables when short-term memory lost that shot. Alright, let's just make some more. I'll make 50. What do I have such short-term memory loss, Chad? More commonly known as streamer brain. We all have it. In some form or the other, yeah. Alright, so that's gonna start generating crude oil for me. That should start going into the pipe. If it doesn't, then we are in trouble, because that means that this is way too high up. Nope, it's going in. Okay, that's good. Alright, let's also power this up. So I'm going to need a refinery coming out this way, and this is going to be the output on this side. So basically what we're doing is we're going to be converting the polymer resin, or not the polymer resin, sorry. We're going to be converting the heavy oil residue in here. Oh, the problem with that though is that how do I get the smokeless powder like this? That could be a bit of an issue, because I need to put the smokeless, the black powder in here in order to make the smokeless powder. That is a bit of an issue. Oh, dude, come on. I just fell through over there. Now if I wanted to, oh, I could just do this. I could just do this. Hang on. So I'll make one input here, I'm missing encased industrial beams. Can I make them? I can make some. I was missing like 8. It's just missing everything. Okay, so basically what I was going to say is that I can put down a couple of junctions, or maybe I can put down one junction over here. Ah, that's wrong. I have no depth perception whatsoever. Such a big problem. What are we talking about? Just talking about like streamer brain, forgetting stuff immediately. Right, so that should do. This is going to be a load balance system rather than a manifold system. Then I want this to go like this. That's wrong. Okay, what? What the heck is this? Why did my voice go so high? What the heck is this? That is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. No, I'm not leaving it. That looks disgusting. That looks so bad. There's no way I'm leaving that. No touch of the spaghetti. Alright, I need to do something about this output over here because we are going to get polymer resin. So what I could do is get the resin out through a lift or something and just, you know, get rid of it or do whatever I want with it. But the most important thing over here is the heavy oil residue. So that's gonna have to go along this pipe over here. Let's go ahead and get one of these so we can put the pipe in place and then go along this way. So that should do. Always get our materials back because we don't have enough of them. And that should be a perfect pipe. And then this can be extracted into anything. So what can I do with polymer resin? apart from just, you know, using it to make plastic and stuff. Dude, coated concrete is so good. So good. I love it. Absolutely love it. Alright, we are making the smokeless powder, so that's going to be the recipe. Let's go ahead and put the recipe over here as well. And then, all I need basically is power, right? At this point. Oh, I need to bring the items. Just forgot about that. Hey, Mars Titan. How's it going? Rubber, plastic, or awesome sink for the polymer resin. Wait, can't it be used to make fabric or something? Fairly certain. Yeah, it can be used to make fabric with water. I should make this because fabric is pretty useful in order to make gas masks. Really bad. Exam is near. Oh, bad. That's unfortunate. Titan, I hope you study well for your exams. And I hope you, I wish you the best of luck for all of them. Okay, so in order to make fabric, this is also a refinery. So could I do, for example, no worries at all. The exams are more important. So you make sure you study hard, you pass the exams, then you can come back. But you have to study hard. Okay? I'm missing the beams again. Oh my days. I'm just missing everything. Alright, first things first, let's just get this thing started. So it's gonna start producing for us. Oh, that's a good idea, Scruffy. That's a really good idea. Okay, so the heavy oil is going to go into the pipe. And we are making plenty of resin. 130 per minute. So, where should I put that, actually? What I could do is bring the polymer resin up and over, and have a refinery over here. Because this thing has only an item as the output. It doesn't have any. Oh. I think I messed up a little bit by doing it this way, but it's okay. I could also go under. Ooh, going under might actually make more sense rather than going up and over, because I could just do a hanging conveyor left underneath. I like that. I like that idea. So let's go ahead with it. Okay, so that should be exactly what I need. For pipes, you like putting them under the floor. Honestly, I could do that for this one as well. Only problem I have with pipes is sometimes they can be a little bit weird with the head lift. So that's why I don't like to put them all in there. That's the only problem. Alright, so I can't do anything more without the materials, so we're gonna go back home once again. Love the look of pipes and conveyors going through the floor. It looks good, doesn't it? It does look good. I should really start making factories with logistics layers, where the logistics goes underneath the machines actually, rather than going above or to the side. I feel like logistics should go underneath. Ow. Landed on my butt. Okay, what do I need? Let's replenish everything that we need. So the first thing I'm gonna go for is some more iron sheets. Let's go for some rods as well. Then we need wires, we need cables, all of that jazz. That's 1,000 wire. Get a couple stacks of cables. Copper sheets, I think we have enough. So I'll just replenish that one stack which we had over there. Then what else? Encased industrial beams, we need those. We have plenty of concrete, so I'm not bothered with that. Anything else? Yeah, we need steel beams and steel pipes. So that's going to be the last few things that we need. We can grab all of those from this area. No, not yet. We will unlock it as soon as we automate supercomputers and get 200 heavy modular frames. But we are basically on the nuclear power milestone. We just need the modular frames, heavy ones, and the supercomputers. Oh, I need to go over here. Woohoo! There's a novelist recipe that uses some radioactive material. Wow. What happens? Like, does it irradiate the entire environment when you do that? Ow, my wrist is starting to hurt. Playing so much. To be honest, I haven't played this much for a while. Okay, so that is now complete. I just wanted to make sure that it doesn't look a little bit incomplete over there. They need to make a dirty bomb, no place. You know what? They might actually do that. I don't see a reason why not. Alright, we're gonna go exactly in the same direction as this one. So the output of this is going to be the input of this, but unfortunately because the pipe is in the way, we can't go there. So let's go ahead and put some flow holes in here. Conveyor lift flow hole. And I should be able to use a lift to get this stuff out. Now this is 130 per minute. That doesn't bother me. I'm just gonna go for a Mark 5. Is that gonna... Hang on a second. Okay, that is going to work. Alright, and then I can go underneath and just do a conveyor lift. Dude, really? What happened? Oh, I built it wrong. Hang on. I built this wrong. The output needs to come from here. So I built this as an input. There we go. That's better. Alright, so that's gonna send all of the stuff in there. All of the polymer resin is what I meant to say. Now I need to turn this into fabric, polyester fabric. So that's going to need some water. Now, is there any really small pump that we can use for water, or do we always have to use the water extractor? And this uses 30 per minute. So I can't even use the one that we have over there. Like, I can't use that one because that's using 100. Oh, actually, I could probably overclock that one, right? So I can make do with just one. So could I do something like this, where I just pump, like I can have like a junction underneath over here and pump it straight from there. And this is doing 120 right now. I could just put a power shard in here and make it do 130. I don't see why not. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, I like that idea. Now, one thing I need to do is replace this pipeline so that I have a junction underneath. So, how do I do that? Dude, come on. my game just went all out of whack over there for a second. Alright, so I'm gonna need to put down a junction, let's say over here. Yeah, I think this works. Now before I go forward with this, I just need to make sure. Now this is on the same level as those pipes over there. So I'm pretty sure the head lift thing should still work because we have a pipeline Mark II pump. So I just want to put down one of those flow holes over here. Right? And then I need to get that pipe coming all the way over here. What the heck is that? There's some sort of bug with this. You have some leftover chutney from the other day. Do you have suggestions what you can do with it? Is it like a really liquidy chutney or is it a bit more solid? Sometimes I just have chutney sandwiches and they taste really good. Oh, it's mango chutney. Okay, that would probably not taste as good. I haven't had much mango chutney myself. It's not something that I eat. So I wouldn't know. Rice might be good, yeah. Real tangy. Why am I making the pipes moist? Because they deserve it. I'm just bringing them along this way. Did I? Oh my god. Are you serious? Did I put the foundations wrong or something? Or did I push this pipe like the wrong way? Come on, please stay. Dude, come on. This is frustrating. Also, what is that? Is that just because it's like close enough to go underwater that when I crouch over there, I go under the water? Osmosis. Oh my god. I need to do something about that. Okay, is that correct or not? That is definitely not correct. How have I managed to do this, chat? Can someone explain? I need to stop doing that. I think I'm tired. I'm just like randomly putting stuff together now at this point, and I'm just tired. Alright, let's go back over here. And this time I'm going to do things a little bit differently. So what I'm going to do now is just zoom this foundation a little bit down. Okay. Could you please stop doing the wrong things, game? I think that the water is somehow affecting my game in the wrong way, because it's automatically performing certain actions that I wouldn't do myself. What time is it for me? It's actually just evening, but I have I didn't have a lot of sleep yesterday, so I woke up feeling distinctly unrested. Okay, finally. Hang on, can I put a hover pack on? There we go. That's much better. I completely forgot that I had this thing. Okay, do you guys see this, or is it just me? Does the pipe seem to be turning away from the foundation a little bit? Oh, I think this is working now. It's currently 6:15 p.m. for me. Alright, now where is my floor thingy? Is it over there? I think it is. Dude, the hover pack is so sensitive. I think this should work. Right. I think it is time for me to switch back. Does the game try to account for water diffracting the light? I wouldn't know, honestly. That's such a deep question for me. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll get a foundation that goes like this. Right? So what we'll do is we'll get a pipe going down from here. Can I do this? Maybe I could put it yeah. I can put it across the roof, can't I? Dude, stop turning automatically. What the heck is the matter with you? Alright, I went way too far. Now you've gone too far. So I'm gonna go like this. Get the water going into this pipe. Hopefully it's avoiding everything over there. It looks like it is. And then I'm gonna have to put down another one of these wall supports. It's going to go right on top over here. Where's the end of this pipe? If I put the support over here, is that gonna go up? It is, but it's looking like it's looking like a snake. So I'm gonna keep going in front. Oh, this is turning out to be way more of a hassle than I thought it would. I could have just put down another water extractor and been like, okay, that's it, that's done. But no. I had to be lazy Deadshot guy and spend more time fixing this stuff than it would have if I had just put down a water extractor. Actually, would a water extractor have gone over here? Nope. Would have clipped through the floor, so I guess it wouldn't have worked anyway. Alright, so that should get water now. I just need to give this some power. I'm being more efficient. Honestly though, I'm not. If I was being more efficient, I would have got another power extractor. Because overclocking is not as efficient as multiple machines. Actually, what am I doing? Why don't I just bring the power from here? What's the matter with me? I'm definitely tired, I think. I'm not thinking straight. There was a power pole right there, and I just took the power all the way around instead of just connecting it like this. There we go. So that's gonna make us some fabric. Which means this should start up once again and make some heavy oil residue. Which means this should start... Oh, there's no power for this as well. So that's gonna start getting the heavy oil. Slowly but surely. And now the last thing to do is to, oh my god, get all the black powder all the way from there. Alright, so I need to make sure that I get it to the middle of this thing. How about on this? No. One, two, three, four. So it would be like somewhere in the middle over here, right? Let's get some conveyor lifts on this first, so we know exactly what we're doing. Okay, so that's gonna be it. Let's get a conveyor belt. Oh, input to input doesn't work, right? How would I get this to work? I need to put down a splitter right in between over there. I guess this is the only way to do it. Okay, so that's working. Now I need to make sure that the the platform comes out all the way till here. So how do I get all the way up there again? I think I'm gonna need to climb up. I'm going to climb over the ramp. This is so scuffed. This is so scuffed. I'm gonna be clipping through that. See, that's why I wanted to be able to remove that. Alright, so it's not even possible for me to bring it that way. Okay. I'm gonna have to go in front a little bit. One more, I think. And there goes the power. I've had a power cut. Great. Alright, so there we go. So we've got the conveyor belt. This is going to be sending the stuff in. Let's just get a conveyor belt going all the way over there. This is the last action that we will be performing today. Trying to get smokeless powder. What does it do, the conveyor, the foundation instead of the conveyor? Oh my god. My throat is giving way. Phew. Oh, the light is back. Okay. I don't have to quit early. The power has returned. I don't need to quit early. Alright, there we go. So the black powder is going in. I'm hoping that all of these are now like basically filled up. It looks like they are, so that's good. Alright, perfect. Wait, why are you so slow? I guess it was pushing a lot of stuff out, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so that is black powder and hopefully smokeless powder complete. Let me just go ahead and check. Don't really need those ramps, so that can go. I don't know if I need these either. These foundations. Completely unnecessary. Just have so many platforms all over the place that are completely suspended in mid-air with no no support whatsoever. Like, who cares about physics? Imagine they implement physics into the game. Just all of these conveyors just like crash to the ground. Wow. Just thinking about it is making me feel nervous. Alright, let's go back down. Okay, we're still good on the power, 28,600 megawatts. Now, are you getting all your stuff? You are, and you are making the smokeless powder, so that's awesome. So we have smokeless powder and we have fabric. Alright, so let's build some outputs for these things. The first thing is going to be the smokeless powder. I just need a merger. Gonna put it right in between over here. Okay, that's one merger complete, one side complete. There's the second side complete. Let's get some industrial storage units for this. Organization, industrial storage. Let's take the input from here. Now, how many of these should I make? Oh, right, I forgot about this. Hang on. Before we do that, I'm gonna need to put down a smart splitter over here. We need to be careful. Like, every single time when we do this, we always want to make sure that we have an awesome sink on the other side. So this is going to be an input which will take the center output as smokeless powder. This is going to be none. Left is going to be overflow. Alright, and then from here, I guess I can put down an awesome sink, let's say like this. I want to make sure that I put it in the right spot. Right, I just need to make sure this is going to work. So that is no. Nope, that's not gonna work. That is not going to work. Alright, so in that case we'll do the smokeless powder on the left. Smoke. The center can be none, and this can be overflow. Alright, so we'll get the industrial storage over here. My mouse is like having problems with its scroll wheel and it's really frustrating. Now, I don't think I need this much smokeless powder, but better to be safe than sorry. So let's get 5 of these going like this. Output to input, output to input. That's going to be the output. Output to input once again. And then I'll connect this up. That should start flowing in there, and then the other one is going to be for the awesome sink. Now, I am going to need to do the same thing for the fabric as well, so let's build that out. I'm just trying to think, where should I build this? Because if I have the awesome sink going somewhere over here. Oh, you know what? Let's get rid of these. let's put the smokeless powder in there. Okay, that should be good. Why oh, you don't have any residue. What's going on? Why is there no residue coming in? This is full. The polymer resin is full. Oh, because the fabric. Everything is linked up so well. Everything is linked up so perfectly. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll have another thing over here. I'll get rid of this. I'll just have 2 of these for smokeless powder. And the output can face this way, and then I'll do the same thing for I'll do the same thing for the fabric. So this is going to be input. Is that correct? Yeah, I think that's correct. And then I need another smart splitter. I'm missing an AI limiter. Can I craft one of those? I always am missing AI limiters. Yeah, I can craft one. Okay, that should do it. One more smart splitter, please. Now, how did I have this going in? That is exactly straight. So I need to place it like this. Then the right side for this is going to be fabric, and the left side is going to be overflow. Center is going to be none. Right, and that should do it. Big autosave lag. And then I just put this here. And that should be fabric. Automated. Completely. So oil should now have started up once again. I don't know why that's taking so long. Oh, I'm making a lot more resin than I'm actually using. I just realized that. Yeah, I'm making a lot more. I'm gonna need to sync all of that somehow. So what if I could put a splitter on that as well? Let's just get rid of this for now. I have the fabric going in here, so that's good. Now, I'm gonna put down an awesome sink, let's say somewhere over here, like right in between both of these. How much space is there in between? 1, 2. I guess I could put the awesome sink over here. And then I can do a sushi line, right? Over here. So we can get a merger. It's going to take inputs on both sides and output to this. It's a little bit too far behind though. Yeah, I think that should do. And because this is overflow, it's not going to do anything except only overflow items, which means that we should be safe from unnecessary item usage. Just let's get some power coming in from the pole. And now our awesome sink is hooked up. So as soon as we run out of space for smokeless powder and for fabric, that should be all we need. Yeah, this is full once again. This definitely needs to stop. Where can I get this? So there's a merger over here, right? So what if I merged this with a flow conveyor hole? Logistics conveyor hole. Why is this clipping? What are you clipping? There's no clipping over there. Stop lying to me. You've never clipped in your entire life. I'm going to need another one of these conveyor lifts. That should connect. It does connect. Perfect. I'm going to quickly get rid of this belt because, yeah, it's not gonna work like that. I need to put a splitter on this. Now, can you put a splitter on this and is that gonna work? Let's try. This is something I've never tried before, so let's see if it works. It does look like this has sent polymer resin. Now this is going to be the main test. That's what I meant to say, test. Okay. It does say that it's going to go in. I don't want that to go like that, so let's get... I'm just gonna go outside the water because we know what happens when I'm in the water. That little bug that happens, I'm not a big fan of that, so let's go like this. We'll go all the way over here. Like this. Now, are you going to be... Oh, you're getting the... Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. So, basically what you can do with this is, if you can put the splitter directly on the conveyor head, then you don't need to worry about putting it on the belt in between. So that really makes it a lot easier. Now, the only problem is that going to accept the item? That is something that I'm not sure about. Are you actually accepting the item? It doesn't... I think you are. Yes, you are. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah, so that's splitting everything. I'm fairly certain that because this thing is going so slowly, it's always going to be filled up with this conveyor lift, and then all the excess can just go into the sink, and that way this refinery will always be active. And then because this refinery is always active, we always have heavy oil. Heavy oil always goes in here. It gets split up perfectly. It makes the smokeless powder. Alright, this was a little bit more convoluted than the last setup, but we finally got it going. So that's good. And we're up to 229,493 points per minute. Wow. And 43 coupons. Let's actually go and see what we can do with the coupons right now. I'm not sure what we can. We're getting some fabric. Now this thing is pretty slow. 30 fabric per minute. I could overclock this. I could overclock it. But it's already using 30 megawatts. Not that we care about power. But it would use more water. So let's actually increase the amount of water that we are producing. Because we're only producing 130. So I just need to go over here, check how much water I'm producing. Can I increase that? I definitely can. So let's make it 160. So that's going to produce a lot more power, and then we can just put an overclock on that refinery, which is going to make fabric. Neat. Alrighty. Oh, I might need to keep this space open because there's oil extraction. There's oil extraction that I have to do over there. So let's get rid of this. We'll keep that area as it is for now. Okay, I think I like this. I'm still not sure what to do with that. So, and remember, all of this that we just built up over here, all of it is running on 60 crude oil per minute. It's just running on this one oil extractor that is not even overclocked. So that's a lot of stuff just for one oil extractor on 60. Okay, where is my refinery? I keep saying constructor. It's my refinery for this. Oh, that's doing 45. Right, because I need to do 200%. Okay, hopefully that keeps up. It looks like it is, so here's hoping. So that's gonna get us a lot more fabric. And then for the smokeless powder, let's take some of this and put it in the MAM for research. So I'm using this for research purposes. Let's go for the MAM. Is there any other pronunciation for this, or is it MAM? I know some people call it MOM. I don't know why, but I can't say that. It just sounds weird. Alright, now I need iron rebar for this, which comes from iron rods. So I need to make that myself. Okay, I can do that. Production, equipment. Let's make some iron rebar. Thankfully, it doesn't take too long to make. As soon as we get the 100 iron rebar, we should be able to research the next thing in the MAM. Thank you. Thank you for your services. So in the sulfur area, now we have the steel beams. We have, oh, we need 200 of these. Ay, ay, ay. Let's go and put this down again. Dang it. I thought we needed 100. Where did the 200 come from? Oh my... Wow. Why do I always make one extra? I click the thing in time, but because it's only 1 second, it always makes one extra. Okay, the analysis of explosive rebar is completed. Please choose a new node in a tree to begin a new analysis. Okay, that is now complete. So I am low on steel beams. So I'm gonna need to figure that out. I'm also low on motors, which I need for the rifle. I have no idea why you need motors for a rifle, but that's apparently something I need. I also need nobelisks so that I can make the cluster nobelisk. So let's go back home real quick. How much this do I have? 100. Hang on. Before I go back, I'm gonna calculate how much I need so that I can take it and go. This is not going to need any. This is going to need 50, 100, 150. Okay, just 150, I guess. I have 100. Let's take another 50. And let's go home. That is not what I meant to do. Alright, off we go. Straight home. Role playing that I have asthma. It's actually pretty good. I did it. That was a mouse wheel error. My mouse wheel probably has got like dirty or something because it's been scrolling the wrong way for a long time. And I've tried to clean it, but it's just like being very stubborn. And it'll just keep automatically going the wrong way sometimes. Like, I don't understand why it does it. It's just being very stubborn. Okay, so that's gonna get us the rifle. That's complete. Let's go ahead and get some obelisks so that we can get the next research as well. Thankfully, we have automation of obelisks over here. So we need 200 of these. Oh, I just realized. This is going to start using the black powder on this side. So, how many of the assemblers do I have for this? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna need to double up my production of sulfur. Otherwise, this thing is gonna run out of sulfur. Alright, let's make sure that is always stocked up. You had a similar problem with your G502, gave up and bought a basic Razer Naga. So I had this problem with my previous mouse, which was just a non-branded mouse. So I switched it for a Razer Death Adder. And now I'm having the problem with the Death Adder. I thought for a second that maybe it's a problem with Windows. But I looked up online and everyone's just saying that it's just a mouse cleaning problem. Okay, why did I come here? I didn't need to be here at all. I just needed to go to the MAM. I don't know why I came here. So silly of me. Okay, I can't do the turbo rifle ammo because that's going to need turbo fuel. It's also going to need rifle ammo. Ooh, we can get more inventory slots. There we go. Lovely. I love having more storage space. That always feels good. Because the amount of stuff that we have to carry in the game. How many slots is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 8s are 72, 73, 74, 75 slots. 75 slots is not bad. $75 slots is not bad at all. I need to drink some water. Hang on. Okay, sorry. I was drinking water and I spilt it. Whoops. Ah, my shirt is wet. Let's go back home because I need to get some things. I need to get some more steel beams. I need to get more iron rods. And I need to get something else. What else do I need? Hang on. Before we go, what else can I do? Caterium. Oh my god. Oh my god, Doug.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in Terry, Pretentious, Gaming with Claudia, Faizu, Sefi. Welcome in everyone. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you guys doing today? Thank you for the follow, Sefi. No, I'm not ending anytime soon. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi Zag, how you doing? How was Stardew Valley? I was watching for a little while. I was watching. I was lurking for the most part. Welcome in Raiders. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Deadshot. I normally play modded Minecraft, but I've recently started playing Satisfactory as well, and it is a really amazing game. If you like factory building games, automation games, you should definitely give it a shot. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I didn't know how much longer I would go for, but was happy to see Beyond a good raid. Aw, thank you so much, Zug. I really appreciate the raid. That's so kind of you. Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of a longer stream today because the last couple of days I was suffering from food poisoning, so I didn't get to stream yesterday and the day before yesterday. So I have recovered from it, so I decided to do a little bit of a longer stream today. Yeah, I'm feeling better now, but last couple of days were a little bit problematic. I'm feeling much better. I'm feeling much better. I was able to take action immediately. My aunt is a doctor, so she was able to prescribe me some medicine straight away, and I could take it the same day. Spent most of Thursday in bed, most of Friday in bed, but Friday evening I started to recover quite a bit. And today morning I woke up and I was like, okay, I'm feeling like I can stream today. So I'm doing good. These are my pets in Satisfactory. This one is called Lobo Babobo, and this one is called Bobo La Lobo. Thank you, Sefi. I appreciate that. I love my pets. I've given them the most confusing names in the world so that people can't remember. I have no idea why. Thank you, Faizu. Thank you. That doesn't sound confusing at all. I know, right? Let's pat them a couple of times. Pats for the pets. I love petting them. Okay, so we've just been working on a couple of things today. So most of this game is all about going through the tiers of the hub, and you have to complete all of these milestones. So we are currently on milestone 8, which is the final milestone. But before we get there, we have to do a lot more production. So I've been setting up power for the last couple of days, and now that that's done, I'm working on some other stuff like plastic and rubber and stuff. It's pronounced Kefi. Okay. Yeah, I see the C, so it came like automatically in my head. But thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Kefi is your name. Gotcha. Thanks for letting me know. Like, there's a lot of people who don't actually speak up when the streamer says their name wrong. So I'm really glad that you did. You will continue not telling anyone how to pronounce your name. Wait, at least tell me, did I get it right or did I get it wrong? At least let me know that. Oh my god, I did the wrong thing again. I need to go that way, not this way. Oh, but this is actually a pretty good view of the map. Look at that. That's actually pretty neat. I need to go over there to get some steel. Just make sure you don't die, please. One cool thing about this game is that you can slide down ramps infinitely. So you can just hold the slide button and then you can just keep on sliding. You literally never told anyone over all these years, and you never will. You're happy for the people to pronounce it however. I did pick one of the more common ones. Okay, I'll take a little bit of solace in that. It sounds like Faizu to me. Could be Pfizer. But I digress. Hi, Bean. This Bean is one of the most irritating creatures in the world. He will constantly get in the way. He will constantly run over your conveyors and stuff. He'll get stuck in your wires, and he's just annoying. He's like the wandering trader in Minecraft. Just an annoying person. Let's grab some stuff. Shoot it. Oh wait, I can get a rifle, right? I forgot about that. Yeah, occasionally he stands up on two legs like this to assert dominance, but actually he's a pretty neutral creature. Violence is the answer. Can we actually make a rifle? What do you need to make one? When did they add domestic creatures to this game? Not sure actually. I just started playing in this update, update 7. So the lizard doggos were there in the update. They're really cute. And they can sometimes find stuff for you. So even though I haven't unlocked uranium just yet, I have 4 buckets of uranium waste. So they can find random stuff in the world for you. That's pretty awesome. Okay, how do you make a rifle? So the recipe for a rifle needs 250 screws, okay, 25 steel pipes, 10 rubber, and 2 motors. Yeah, I can do that. No problem. I have 500 screws over here. Let's just turn that into 250 because that's how much we need. Okay, I can't crouch once again. Chat, the MAM thing broke my crouch once again. I can't crouch. I can't crouch. I can't slide, I can't crouch, I can't do anything. Why has it done that? Does anyone know how to fix that? Yeah, I can't crouch. What's going on? I'm spamming the crouch button right now. It just won't crouch. Come on, let me crouch. That is really weird. Oh, I need to make the rifle. Right. I've never seen that before. I think I have seen it once. Just once. But it fixed itself automatically, immediately. So this is the first time this has happened to me. Okay, so we have a rifle. I think I'll put this in the place of the Xeno Basher for now. Look at that. Wow. That's a weird looking rifle, isn't it? Oh, you can't aim down sights with this. Okay. How do you make ammo? Ammo needs copper sheets for some reason and also smokeless powder. And that makes 15. So... Hey, H Boomer. Yeah, now Professor Deadshot is finally in the house. Yep. My namesake is now actually real. Okay, what is the max rifle ammo that we can put into a gun, into the rifle? How much can it carry? Is it 1,000? A long-range rapid-fire weapon specially designed to deliver adequate performance within the designated work area. Okay, it doesn't say how much. Also, I can't make the turbo rifle ammo or the nuclear deterrent, so these two are pretty much limited right now. Caterium, what's left in Caterium? Bullet guidance system. Oh, this gives us homing rifle ammo. So that needs 10 high-speed connectors. I could make this, that's not too difficult. Let's just go get some quick wire. Why can't I crouch? I don't get it. I need to get some quick wire. Yeah, see, my entire crouching system is completely messed up. I'm gonna take a lot of damage if I can't crouch. Oh, by the way, I am playing on a bit of reduced graphics. That's why it might look a little bit weird because of all the textures popping in. But this game is quite intensive on the CPU. And my CPU is a little bit weak. So I didn't want to drop frames in OBS. So that's why I'm playing on a little bit of a lower graphics setting. I think I somehow soft locked my sliding system. Just sliding all over the place. I was praising it so much on that slope that the game just went, nope, not gonna let you slide anymore. You're done. Alright, so I think 400 of those should be enough. Now we need to get some more cables and we need to get circuit boards. That's gonna make us some high-speed connectors. I think we needed 100, right? So 100. Hang on a second. Hang on just a second. So Caterium. Oh, we need 10. Okay, 10, that's 560. I think I took way too much of this. Might as well get 100 though. See, this is where I would have slid straight down. Oh, you'd best try to go to bed. Finally happy to catch a few minutes of my stream. Thank you so much for being here, Kefi. Thank you for coming in with the raid. And thank you for the lurk, Faizu. Oh god, that's a bit of speed. I picked up quite a bit of speed over there. I didn't expect that. Okay, so we needed cables. If it was 10 cables for one high-speed connector, we need 1,000 cables for 100. Quick maths with the professor. Quick math. We get 1,000 cables. And we need circuit boards as well. So 150 circuit boards. So we need 100 for 100. I think that should be good enough. I'm hoping the high-speed connectors don't take too long to craft though. Do they? Why can I only make 36? Why? Oh, because I only have 2,000 quick wire. Okay, we'll make 25 then. It's fine. We'll put... Oh, hang on. Before we do that, let's go ahead and put back some of these cables. Before that thing fills up again. Okay, that should do. Okay, Bean is back over here. You can bounce off of Bean, by the way. If you jump on his body, you can bounce off him. It's pretty neat. All of this stuff should be manually crafted actually. Should not be manually crafted. But I haven't set up any production of Caterium to come to the home base by train. I should probably do that. Maybe I can do that tomorrow or day after. I don't know. I've been trying to find a new pack to play on Minecraft as well. It's been a while since I've played. It's been like 3 weeks since I've played Minecraft. I can't believe I've gone that long. And it's all because of Satisfactory. Such a wonderful game. Okay, 25 should be enough. We have plenty of stuff left. That's going to be enough to research homing rifle ammo. We need rifle ammo for that. Right, that makes sense. So if you need 500... okay, so I need 200 smokeless powder and 300 copper sheets. 200 and 300. I actually have... I have the copper sheets. We got a few ads, my apologies. I saw a purple slug. Right, off we go. Do we have 200 smokeless powder? We definitely do. Now, how do you make rifle ammo? I'm pretty sure that we can make it in the equipment workshop. So, let's check. Hang on one sec, chat. Just checking a few things in the background. Okay, there we go. We're back to normal. Ammo. I can make 1500 ammo. That's going to take 3 hits per thing. That's going to take a while, isn't it? I can craft this in the assembler at 75 per minute. So that would do 150 per minute at 200%. So that would take 10 minutes. I think this is faster. Just doing it myself is faster. It took like 10 seconds to do 75 instead of 1 minute. I think the overall thing is though, like in the future I will need to do this automatically, but for now we don't really care. It's all about just getting the stuff done so that we can research it. Oh, by the way, does anyone have any plans for tomorrow? I was thinking, if I don't have to go out anywhere, I might stream tomorrow morning. Or not morning, but the same time that I started today. Afternoon, I guess. I won't be able to stream for as long because I have to go out in the evening. But if I get the chance, I might be live tomorrow. I might. Not 100% sure. If you have the notifications turned on, you'll probably get it. Based on how bad Twitch is, you might get it 45 minutes late. That's normally when I get my notifications for live streamers. But yeah, if I'm live, you can come hang out. The analysis of bullet guidance system is completed. Please choose a new node in a tree to begin a new analysis. Okay, how do you make the homing rifle ammo? I'm guessing it needs the high-speed connector. Yep, I had a feeling. The bullet guidance system built into this this should be built. I found a spelling mistake. Allows it to accurately hit any target within the reticle area, especially useful when dealing with agile threats or for pioneers who can't be bothered to aim properly. Nice. Not that I need it, I'm Professor Deadshot after all. But it's good to know that it exists. Okay, why did I get rid of the MAM? I still need this. So we've basically completed everything except sulfur. Now sulfur is going to need 2 hard drives for us to progress. So I might actually need to go and just search for a couple of hard drives. I could do that. And that'll unlock turbo fuel for us, and then turbo rifle ammo is probably just faster ammo, I'm guessing. Lightweight, compact and volatile, these rounds provide extreme capacity and fire rates at the cost of accuracy. Oh, so they're not as accurate. Okay, gotcha. And the nuclear deterrent we definitely can't do, so Okay, how many bullets does this take? 15. Okay, okay, let's go test this out. I haven't used the rifle before. This could be fun. Harming defenseless creatures because we are on passive mode, so they can't hurt us. Just want to check the rifle. I'm not going to be using this long term. Oh. Wow. That is pretty neat. Chico running into the water. He's just running in the water. Okay, anyway. Oh, there's another one of these lizard doggos. I don't have any berries. Man, I could have tamed him. He could have been Lobo La Lobo. Our third one. Do we have any berries over here? I don't think so, because this is the place where you get the most beryl nuts and bacon. You don't really get the pale berries over here. Nope, I don't see any. That's unfortunate. How many bullets does it take to kill one of these? Wow. I don't think this rifle is really good. It took a long time for me to kill that guy. Okay, might keep it just for emergencies, but I probably won't be using it a lot. Most importantly, because I don't fight the creatures. This is passive mode. I don't care about the creatures. They don't care about me. But it's fun to try things out sometime. You don't like the rifle? It is a bit slow for a rifle, first off. And secondly, it takes way too long to kill those hogs. I haven't tried the turbo rifle ammo though, so maybe that could be a little bit different. I don't know. Okay, so the first thing that I need to do now is I need to go find where my radar towers are. So one is over here. I don't need to find them. I just need to look over here. So there's 8 hard drives in this area. Clip size to power is awful. Rather use the rebar gun. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Wasn't that an alpha hog? Just looked like a normal one to me. Okay, so there's apparently 8 hard drives in this area. I need to find a couple of them at least. So let's take a look at if we can. Okay, we are out of range. So I'm guessing that there's nothing on this side of the map. That hard drive has been taken already. So let's move on to that side. It took like 2 clips to kill that hog though. And don't alpha hogs drop 4 remains? This one only dropped 3. So it might not have been an alpha. Wait, when does the hard drive come into range, man? The tower should pick up the location of crash sites that don't require power. Any particular reason why? Okay, there might be a hard drive somewhere over here. Oh, regulars drop 1 and alphas drop 3. Okay, then that was an alpha. I think the spitters, the alpha spitters drop 4. That might be what I'm thinking of.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and
Nope,
mayhem.
nope.
World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
Don't care. Not picking you up. I'm on a mission for hard drives. Splitters do drop 4, right. Thematically, in your mind, the ones that have power should have a distress signal of some kind that the radar tower should pick up. You know what? That actually does make sense. Like, if they have power, they should be able to send out a signal that the radar tower can pick up. Right, I think we made it. Got some computers over here. We got some cables. Got some wire. We got some more wire. Got some heavy modular frames. I'll always take those. And I think there we go. The drop pod is all the way up there. Thank God we have a hover pack. No, 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 no. Oh, God. Okay, I thought you can stand on top of those things. Apparently not. Okay, so this just needs some Caterium. Nice. Alright, we got one hard drive. Let's continue the hunt. Okay, this is now out of range. I feel the higher you go, the faster you should be able to find the hard drives as well. I need 2 hard drives. If nothing else, the hard drive is a black box of sorts. Yeah, true, true. Very true. I think this one I know. I'm fairly certain that this hard drive is going to be... No, maybe not. Oh, it's up there. It's up there. I see it. That's a drop pod, right? Or something related to it. Yep, there we go. Found it. This is such a difficult, like, thing to access without building foundations. Now, I could build foundations. But what's the fun in traversing like that? There we go. Aha! Right, more modular frames, I'll take them. Anything else you can give me? Gimme, gimme, gimme. Nope, doesn't look like it. Is that some computers? I'll take them. Oh, nice. This only needed motors. 30 of them, but still. There we go. 2 hard drives acquired. Is there anything else that I could get from this area? Hang on a second. I need to answer the phone. Hang on. Right, it was just me mom's. Me mom's was calling. I'm gonna keep looking. I want to get at least one more. And I'm gonna scan that one to see what we can get from it. Oh, I'm able to slide again. Yes, I'm able to slide. Oh, what is this? I see a broken texture. Can I actually go down here? Oh my god, that would be such a good hiding spot. That would be such a great spot for playing hide and seek. Like, let's say someone was coming in from that way, you could just hide over here behind the wall and they would never notice you because there's a wall over here. That's great. I've seen a couple of those in this game. Oh, is that Sam Orr? I think that's Sam Orr. Come on, hard drives. I know you're called hard drives, but don't be so hard to find. I wish there was a way... Oh. I think I found one. I wish there was a way to find... what do you call it? Not find, but see the ones on the map that you already have located. So that you don't get like duplicate hard drives. Or like duplicate locations. I think this one is on top of the mountain. Definitely seems like it. Big lag over here. Yep, definitely on top of the mountain. There's a very noticeable lag spike over here. Okay, so I need to go all the way up there. Is there a way for me to do the power pole trick? I should be able to. Now, this is a pretty easy way of getting up. Where's the drum fill for that joke? I didn't think it was worthy. I just hate those gas ones, those gas spores thingies. Always mess me up. So I always tend to get rid of them as soon as possible. Please tell me I can climb up here. Okay. That was close. I'm not sure if there's a way for me to get up, honestly. Alright, node pole time. I still got a ways to go. Probably a ramp would have been a better option. Alright, there we go. Found it. Nope, that's the wrong thing. This is a summer sloop.
Harvest.
That's not it. Also, what is this? What is this material? Is this marble? It looks like marble. Okay, so where's the hard drive? It's over here. We got some heat sinks. I don't think much of that. Oh, we got some circuit boards over here, I think. Some more circuit boards. Come on, where's the drop pod? So this needs 20 megawatts and some crystal oscillators. Okay, now this is going to this is going to lose us the ability of making the explorer, but I think it's worth it. I just need to get a little bit of leaves, I guess. Put that in. Come on, man. Alright, that should do it. So that's 3 hard drives. I'm gonna research this straight away just to see what I can get. We can start scanning that. And the best thing about the MAM is even if you destroy it, it'll continue scanning in the MAM that is in the home base. So we don't need to bother about that. Now, where are my radar towers? You have 5 hard drives left in this area. Okay, 5 hard drives. I might actually go ahead and find a few of these. I don't see a reason why not. It's a pretty good time to just hunt hard drives. There's another Sommers loop over there. Wow, I'm surprised that they didn't pick up anything in this entire range. Okay, Deadbot, why are you playing the ad notification twice? That's weird. Stop that. Also, there's spiders here. Does that mean anything? I don't think so. I think this one I've already opened. Yep. I got some screws and wires over here, but that's about it. So that hard drive number updated. So I'm guessing that once you open the hard drive, it updates to reflect that there's nothing in that area. So that means that we still have 5 hard drives to go that are not open, because it was 8 before. Wonder if there's anything nearby over here. I think I've been in this area before. As soon as I say that, I was gonna say, I think I've been in this area before and I didn't find any hard drives. And there we go. The scanner starts beeping. Okay, so this just needs 40 megawatts. That's pretty easy. Why? There we go. That is now complete. And I think I just used up all my leaves with that. It was... Hang on a second. I built this quartz conveyor belt and I didn't notice that there was a hard drive over there. Oh my god, streamer blindness is a real thing, chat. How did I not notice that? That doesn't make any sense. I was building right here for so long. My god. Really, Deadshot. Wait, is that another one? I think I've got that one though. Let's check. Yeah, it would have beeped by now. I've gotten this one. It is empty. Oh, I'll take the modular frames though. Cheers. Alright, I'm hoping that there's nothing in the crater because I am not going down there. I do not want to die again. I've been shamed once already. I have no interest in being shamed once again. None at all. Come on, hard drives, present yourself. So I say, so it shall be. I will not die again. I'll not die again this entire series. Watch. Okay, does anyone know what the range of this hard drive thing is? Because it seems to be really short. I should have found another one by now. It's a really small range. I think I would have better success if I just went on satisfactorycalculator.com.
You are so lucky.
Shut up!
Most valuable
Stupid Mercer spheres. Nobody cares about you. Okay, I can't slide because I'm on an uphill area. Am I still in the radius though of that radar? Nope, I'm in the radius of another one though. This has only one hard drive left. This one has 4. And then this one I have completely left the area and that still has 4. Okay, let's keep going straight. There must be a mod that can extend this range, right? Of the hard drive scanner. Someone must have made a mod immediately. Probably. I've seen so many like mods for wireless power and stuff, so there has to be one for this. There's mod that puts them all on the map. There we go. That makes it even easier. I think if you have enough time to put all the radar towers on the map, they should give you the locations of the hard drives. Because making radar towers is not that easy. It definitely does take a while. It took me like 3 streams to make all of them and put them all on the map. It's not the easiest thing in the world. Oh, we got a hard drive. Oh, is that up top? That was the stupid part. You can pull the save on the website and it shows you all the locations. Yeah, that doesn't make much sense then. Also, what is this texture, man? Come on, Satisfactory devs, y'all are slipping. That texture is brutal. Yet the game still doesn't help you find them. Yeah, that's the thing. Alright, fine.
Comply.
The tower should be able to pick up on where they are unless the battery is dead. Do I have to go all the way up? I guess I do. But somewhere in this direction, we need to go a little bit to the northwest. Need to go northwest. Someone keep that in mind, because I'm definitely sure to forget. Can I do the power pole thing over here? Come on, please. Please let me put the power pole down. Come on, no way. Nope, can't put it down. Floor is too steep, probably. I'm going further away from it. Oh, I should be able to put it up here though. There we go. Foundation with a wall plug. Don't these make me look so stupid, Nitsa? I'm trying to traverse without foundations though. That's part of the challenge. Like I could just put down ramps and foundations everywhere. Wow, that's a lot of radiation. Need 6 radio control units. Uh-oh. I don't think I have radio control units. I'm not even sure I can craft these. Oh, maybe I can. Maybe I can. But I can't craft 6. I can craft 3. 3 2s are 6. Hang on a second. Hang on. We may have a chance. Reason being that I have 3 crystal oscillators and that makes 6 of them. I can make exactly 6. Heck yeah. I can't make an explorer anymore, but this is worth it. Once you have the 3 towers, it should triangulate their locations, but you need to use some materials or something to narrow it down. Yeah, I mean that's what the thing should be for, the scanner. That should be exactly what it's for. Also, why is there so much uranium over here? Can you get lost, man? Just almost used up an entire gas mask. Okay, the MAM research was complete, so let's see what this gave us, because I'm gonna need your expert opinion, chat, on what I should get. No, the tower should give you the general location of the hard drives, and once you go to that location, the scanner should be there to just show you where it is. Alright, so we have a silicon high-speed connector rather than the first version, which is just cables. This gives us 3 per minute, but the other one gives us 3.75. So I don't really care for this one. Then we have this one, which is electrode circuit board with rubber and petroleum coke. Now this could be pretty good if we were making circuit boards in an area with oil, because oil can be used to make rubber and it can be used to make petroleum coke. So basically what we could do is take the rubber from the crude oil and then take the heavy oil residue and feed it to refineries to make petroleum coke. This could be a pretty good recipe. And then the third one is the classic battery. So what's the difference between the two? Ooh, yeah, I forgot about this. This is a good recipe. Rather than using sloppy alumina or alumina solution and sulfuric acid, which needs to be, yeah, I think classic battery is the way to go. Definitely the right choice. Alright, so we are out of range once again. Let's go a little bit more to the left. To the left. Oh, we got another one immediately. Wow. Now that's what I call good luck. Do we need to go down? Do we need to go up? Do we need to go straight? Let's find out. Oh, there it is. $420 megawatts? What are you serious? Oh my god, that is a lot of power. Okay, do we have any cables anywhere nearby that I can bring the power from? Because that is a whole lot of power. I have a radar tower nearby over here. I could bring the power from there, or I could bring it from here. But, oh, I do have coal over here. So maybe I could bring the power from there. Oh, I see cables. I see cables right there. Yeah, 12 are in range of this one. Alright, let's connect a power line over here. Forgot to bring Mr. Fusion again. It's only 15 biomass burners, or 7 if you overclock them. I think it's much easier to just drag the cables across. Plus I do have cables in the nearby area, so... Wire is too long. That's fine. There it is. Got it. Who's gonna set up 15 biomass burners? There we go. Whew. Okay, so we got another one. Let's continue. In terms of hard drives, I see oh my, is there another one right there? That's what blueprints are for. Sure. Oh, is it on this mountain? Like in the middle over there? I think it's on the mountain. Oh no, it's just down there. Okay. Probably should have looked at that before. Okay, the gravity on this planet is accounting for my bad aim. On Earth, I would be dead shot. Over here, I'm just 50% shot. I totally don't have bad aim. This needs 53 megawatts. Okay, for this one, we can use the biomass burners. Although, I am going to need some leaves. Oh wow, that was 7 shots, 7 hit. That was really good. 53 megawatts. I guess I can do a biomass burner with an overclock on it. So, 53. Power line connect. I need to get a little bit of biomass. I don't have any, do I? Nope. Didn't I pick up some wood earlier? I think I might have trashed it.
I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
Nope. Not listening to you. Ah man. It's gonna keep annoying me. That's why I'm gonna have to take it.
Comply.
Shut up! Stupid work in progress items. Come play. Like I'm some sort of slave. Alright, so that one is now done. Out of range, finally. Oh, what? There's another one right there. I was just gonna be like, oh, it's finally out of range. Thank God, we have to run around now. This one right here. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that after all the easy ones, we're gonna get something that's difficult. Over here. What? This is these 3 encased industrial beams? Alright, we're rich, boys. And ladies. I'm gonna put the MAM up and see. Are we done with the research? We still have 3 minutes left. So let's... Oh, hang on. While that is researching, can we not do anything else, or can we actually research this stuff? It looks like we can. So if I could get 25 sulfur and 25 coal, I could just make compacted coal. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna head home real quick. We can always search for hard drives another day. It's always possible. Why is there a dead end over here? I thought there was a way for me to go to like the beach or something. Hi Bean. Bean has done his customary tradition of being in my path once again. Thankfully this time he didn't block me. He does that fairly often. There was one time when I was in the swampy area, like the swampy area over here. In this area, I was just putting down the radar towers, and this was offline, so I couldn't show it to anyone. But basically, I was jumping in the air with the jetpack, and Bean spawned out of nowhere. And what happened was that because you can bounce off of Bean, I bounced off him and I landed in a tree. And it wasn't a tree as such, it was one of those mushroom spongy kind of trees. And it's the one where if you get stuck in it, you can't get out. So what ended up happening was I had to kill myself so that I could respawn. So Bean had his revenge of me tasing his knees every time. He got me killed. Right, off we go into the hypertube. Now this is not a cannon, this is a proper hypertube. This is going to take us straight to our home base. Not exactly, a little bit away. Sometimes I wonder, should I take the hypertube, should I like just get rid of this and build a proper hypertube cannon over there at the coal generator area? Might be worth it. We'll see. Right, here we are. Oh, why are we here? MAM research complete, just in time. Okay, we have. Ooh, this is a good recipe. This is a great recipe. Heavy oil residue directly from crude oil. That is great. That means that I don't need to use the recipe which I'm currently using, which is the 6:13 polymer resin and 2 of the heavy oil. This one would be so good in order to make the smokeless powder. Okay, should I get this one or should I get the heatsink one? Because both of these are pretty much the same recipe, but this one produces 10 per minute. I'm not sure which one to get. Coated cable is also not bad, but I have a pretty good recipe for cables already, so it doesn't really affect me that much. I have the rubber with wire, so that's a pretty good recipe. It's either one of these two, and I think the heavy oil residue wins. Heavy oil? Yep, I think that wins. Hands down the best one. We unlock new parts. More useful at my stage of the game. Right, because I haven't used heat sinks yet, so it does make sense. Alright, let's grab 100 of these and 100 of these. Get 25 of each. And then put the rest away. No! Put these away as well. We only need 25 of each. So, I should probably go back to my refineries and change the recipe over there, right? Does that make sense? Like if I look at heavy oil residue, now since I have this recipe, this is going to be making 20 polymer resin per minute. And if I look at the recipe for fabric, for polyester fabric, this needs 30 per minute. So what I could do is just have an overclock on the single refinery that does 150%, and that would work. And it would give me so much more heavy oil residue. Oh, I can't research this while the hard drive is researching. Okay. Along with diluted packed fuel, that's very good. I still have to unlock that one as well. I don't have diluted packaged fuel yet. I'm just using the normal recipe. It is kind of expensive. Without the fog, this area looks so weird. I might turn the fog back on. Hey, come on now. I used the jetpack. The one with the blender is better, doesn't need any packages. The diluted fuel? Okay, oh wow. We got a lot of fabric already. So this recipe needs to be changed, right? So let's go ahead and change the recipe. We're going to change it to this, and I'm going to put down one of these so it gets 150. Now this is only going to take 45 crude oil per minute. But I think that's fine. That should be just fine. As long as we are making 60 heavy oil residue. And how much are we using over here? 10 per minute? Oh, we are not using a lot of residue over here. You know what? For this one, I'll keep it as it is. Because it doesn't really matter. We have the perfect amount. So I don't mind that one. So this is going to do 60, it's going to give us 130 and 20. We've done the math on this, so it's completely fine. So if you need to do diluted fuel or something based on the other oil nodes that we have one here, we have two over there, or one over there. So we have two nodes left. So we can do other recipes for that. Otherwise, if I change this recipe now, then I'm gonna have to put down 6 more of these or 4 more of these refineries just to break even on the smokeless powder. So that would be pretty difficult to do. I think we're doing well on the smokeless powder, right? How are we doing? Yeah, I'd say that's pretty decent. We're not going to be using it that much, so it doesn't matter. Alright, upsy daisy. Ouch. I need to do something about this. I have these refineries coming up above this platform. So I need to do something about that. Because I want to make a... maybe I should just have a ramp. No, I built the upper area first. I built the lower area second, so... I built these refineries first, so I was not gonna take down this entire thing just to raise the platform up by a couple of meters. So I just decided, you know what, we leave it as it is. I might do something about it later though. Maybe I can build a ramp and then go up and over that or something like that. I could just get rid of this. I could just get rid of this platform. I'm not using it for anything. Hey Solarius, how's it going? Yeah, I'm not using this platform for anything. I might as well just get rid of it. Lazy? Hey. There's no need to bring the truth into all of this. Trying to convince your son to come play V Rising with you. What's V Rising? Showing my ignorance about video games at this point. The only things I know now is Satisfactory and Minecraft. Vampire survival craft game. Vampire Diablo. Ooh, sounds interesting. When did it, is it like recently released or is it something like fairly old? Few months back. Okay, okay. So still pretty new. Pretty new. Relatively new, you could say. May of last year. Oh. I mean, yeah, that's a year old, so it depends on how people perceive games, whether they're like old or new. But some people will say that that game released 3 months ago, it's old. Some people are like, oh, that game only released 5 years ago, it's pretty new. So you can't really say which one would be more accurate. Okay, why is this texture like different? why are these concrete textures different from these? Now it was the same material. Oh, maybe painted. I don't know. Maybe. It could be. It could be. Alright, quick question. Is there a way for me to have a foundation that rounds off like this? So, from this edge, it rounds off till that edge. Like a rounded corner. Is that possible? I've seen like all these foundations over here, but none of them match that. Like if you see this outer corner extension, this is not what I want. This is not what I want. I want the entire foundation like this. Is that there? Is it available? Cube420 says yes. Where can I find this? Because I'm not seeing it anywhere. I can use a barrier. Oh, not with... Okay, I'm just saying with vanilla. So it's not possible with vanilla. Okay. Alright, that's fine. I just wanted to know. If it's not there, it's not there, and there's nothing we can do about it. It is? No, but you're saying with barrier, but that's exploiting the game mechanics to make it. I'm saying if it's not available by itself. Yeah, that's kind of glitching. True. That's like Z fighting and all of that stuff. There's nothing without glitching. Clipping is Argo. It is kind of, yeah. I'll get on that hate train with you. Clipping is kind of really bad. I only use it in very extreme situations. Oh, 20 seconds to go. Come on. We got this. Come on, chat. Let's see what we get. Let's hope for the diluted fuel. Let's hope for diluted fuel. That's one of the most important recipes moving forward. Are you serious? This is so bad. What should I get, chat? This is so bad. I don't want any of these recipes. I think coated cable might be the best one out of all of these, unless I can use heat exchangers. Heat exchangers, the production rate is still 10 per minute, so nothing else changes. The only thing that changes is this one uses alclad aluminum sheets, and this one uses aluminum casing. Now the problem, now the thing over here is I would need crude oil near my aluminum in order to do this recipe. But this recipe over here only needs aluminum and copper, which I have anyway. I think I'll go for the coated cable. I think I'll go for this for now. We can always get the heat exchanger later. We have plenty more hard drives to go. You use the heat exchanger? I haven't reached the point yet where I can use heat sinks. Just making sure that there's nothing over here. Coated is great for automated wiring. Oh, gotcha. A good thing that I took it then. Say the wall with 2 conveyor holes in and you don't want to say the hole on the right, you can cover using beams and look tidy still. Yep. I figured TGE is normally a very common mistake for the... Okay. I need to I need to organize my inventory a little bit. This is a complete mess. There's like 6 extra inventory slots. Let's just fill it up with random crap. Alright, the first thing that needs to go is the heat sinks. We don't need that. Why do I have 25 coal and sulfur on me? Oh, because I didn't research that yet. I forgot I need to research that. The sulfur thing. For compacted coal. Okay, I need to get some iron rods. I need to get rid of some cables and some wire. Need to get rid of some concrete. That's way more than I need. You can see where one texture ends and the next begins. I'm just gonna make biomass out of all of this. The leaves can go, the wood can go. I'll keep the biomass because you can use the biomass to make some stuff. So we keep that. Let's see, what else can I get rid of? I can get rid of the DNA. I could make another inhaler that would get rid of the bacon. Let's make one of those. So that's one more inventory slot. I can put that away. Okay, what else? What else can I get rid of? Nothing much really. Let's go ahead and get another stack of rods. We definitely need more. Sink the DNA. I could sink the DNA, but I need 11 of them before I can do that. I don't like to have like half of the thing filled up. If I need to sink all of them, then that's the only time I do it. So I need 2 more DNA points, or 2,000 more, before I can do that. I think I'll get rid of that. I'll get rid of these. That should give us a little bit more space. Let's get rid of some of the why do I have so much concrete on me? Okay, that looks a lot more respectable. Although I do need to go and fill up on some some motors and some rotors. And then these 2 slots will be emptied once I research in the map. Also, Jolly Grim Reaper, thank you for sticking around for so long. I saw you at the start of the stream, so thank you. It's good to know that people are like still there. It adds a feel-good factor. Okay, let's go get the motors first, then we'll get the rotors. I'll take these and I'll put that away. That's the wrong thing. Oh, I could use some of these though, so let's grab those. Let's grab 2 of these. Okay, so I think my inventory is looking in much better shape now. I think I should get some noblesse as well. We only have 8 left. And basically what I'm trying to do right now is just waste time until the map research is complete. Because I shouldn't have done the next hard drive. I just completely forgot that I had to research the sulfur area. I'm just trying to make sure that I have everything in place. Now, is 6 the maximum slots that you can for hands? Can you get any more slots than 6, or is this the maximum? Also, is there a way to quickly switch between the hover pack and the jetpack without having to go into the inventory? 6 is max? Okay. So I don't need to worry about any more. I'm always going to only have 6. What would be awesome is if we had a keybind that could hot switch between the jetpack and the hover pack. That would be incredible. Still got 4 minutes left. We're hoping they do some kind of keybind for it at some point. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, you know what? The thing is with these modular frames, they only stack up to 50. So should we just go ahead and get another one of these? I'm just gonna add an extra storage unit just to make it easier to stock up. I'll keep 25 on me though, because we always need some for ourselves. You almost have a hotkey when you're in the inventory. You can use the number keys to change the item. Yeah, but you need to be in the inventory for that, right? So for example, if I was jumping over here, I need to go to the inventory, press the key, and then hope that I don't mess it up. So I guess it's muscle memory at that point. So tab 1 like this. So that could work. That could work. But the only thing is I need to make sure that I always have the muscle memory down for that, which is difficult sometimes. Okay, let's go ahead and get some more steel pipes. We can always use some steel. And then over here, I need to get a few more of these. It was way worse before update 6. You could only equip one body item. That includes the Blade Runner's radiation suit and jet hover pack. Oh, so was there no like head, back, and legs? So was it just one of those that you could equip? Wow. Those were the dark days. I'm glad I started playing in update 7 then. If that's the case, I'm glad I started playing in this update. That's really cool. I'm really looking forward to update 8 as well. One thing I did see though, I'm not sure if you guys saw, Coffee Stain Studios did a video on, I think it was Saturday. No, not Saturday, Thursday. It was recent, like very recent, and they showed that the power poles that the power pylons that they've added, they stretch like 3 times the length of the cables, so you can quickly place down a lot of them really far. But I noticed one thing, that the top part of the pylon, it does not have 2 separate connections. Like if you look at the picture, you can see 2 separate connections over there, right? One on the left and one on the right. But those are not separate connections. Jace confirmed on the video that that is just one connection over there. So let's say you pull out a power line from that, it's not going to go from one or the other side. It's going to go from the center, which it feels like kind of wasted potential to me. It would be really awesome if you could have one line going from one way, one line going to the other. I feel like that would be perfect. But as of now, if you click a power line from there and go into another pylon, it's just going to connect both the cables. Alright chat, what do we get over here? I think the crystal computer is pretty good, because you can make it in an assembler. And then you can make crystal oscillators with an alternate recipe as well. So this is a pretty good recipe. We just make our own and custom make it in blueprints. Hey Condisil. SpongeBob, get to the chopper. Okay, which one do we go for? Radio control unit. We could do this. This is also a recipe that we could go for. But that needs heat sinks and high-speed connectors, which we don't have right now. We could do steel rods, but I think I'm pretty good with iron rods, so I don't really see the need for this as such. It's just an extra process because steel needs iron and coal, so what's the point in this process, right? So is the crystal computer the best one? Oh, Contestant, you gotta do it in the TTS labs, like in the channel point redemption. That's where you gotta do it. I'm confused, which one should I get? I'm definitely not getting the steel rod. I'm getting either the RCU or the crystal computer. So someone needs to give me an idea. Which one should I do? Now I can bask in radiation all day without worry. Yep. The iodine mask filters are... Is it iodine? I don't remember what it's called. Crystal computer? You'd go computers. Okay. All recipes are like Pokemon, you gotta catch them all. I think I'll go for that one because that made the most sense, given the materials that I have. Alright. Compacted coal is donezo. So how do you get compacted coal? It's 5 coal with 5 sulfur. I need 15. Okay. All recipes, so it doesn't... Yeah. I think what does matter in terms of the recipes is which ones to take at which point. So normally you need a manufacturer, now you can do it with... Yeah, exactly. So what matters with the recipes is which recipe you choose, because let's say you open your first hard drive when you just start the game and you get a recipe for crystal computers. It's not gonna make any sense. So compacted coal burns for longer. But the process of making it is a bit awkward, isn't it? Okay, so we got 15 sulfur. Let's grab 15 coal as well. That should do it. Hard drives are tiered to your current level. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was completely random. Okay, that makes it a little bit easier though. So you can't just go and collect all the hard drives and unlock all the recipes before you complete the tiers. Nice. That's neat. Okay, I need to make compacted coal. Can you actually do that in here, or do you need to do that in... Yeah, I felt that was the case. Compacted coal can only be made in an assembler. Alright, let's go ahead and put down a temporary assembler. Okay, where's my compacted coal? There you are. Alright, faster please. All alt recipes have to be done in machines. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Because otherwise you could just make a simple alt recipe or get a simple alt recipe and craft it in the craft bench. That would be a little bit OP in some places. Alright, so we got the compacted coal. We should be able to unlock turbo fuel now. Alright, so what is what is next? I need to get 50 turbo fuel. So 50 packaged turbo fuel. That's going to need turbo fuel, and it's going to need canisters. And then turbo fuel itself needs normal fuel and compacted coal. Okay, so I can't do this just yet because compacted coal needs an assembler. Or maybe I could. Here's the thing. I have this thing over here. All of these assemblers. Right. That does make sense. So I made the mistake of opening a lot of hard drives early on and choosing wrong recipes. Or not the best recipes. Okay, so these assemblers that I have that are currently making black powder, if I change these recipes to make compacted coal, that would be easier, right? So all the compacted coal would go over here because I am making black powder in that other place over there. So I could just set up my obelisks to be crafted over there. Steel pipes I would need to like somehow figure out, but I'm fairly certain I could. But if I remove the obelisk or the black powder from here, I can just repurpose this entire system that I've built up and turn it into making compacting coal or compact coal, whatever it's called. Compacted coal, right? Now the only difference is that this makes 25 per minute and it takes 25 per minute. This takes 15. So that's a bit of a difference because I can get 120 where 15 times 8. But if I have 25, I can only get 5. So 25 times 4, and then the last one will have to be underclocked. I could underclock all of them and do 6. Or 8. I can just do 15. Sure, this works. Now the question is going to be, should I replace all of the stuff that I have right now? Because then I'm not going to be able to make any more obelisks. The steel pipes, they come from all the way over there. And if I wanted to make obelisks, I would have to take the steel pipes and go right till where that line is going and all the way over there. I could do it. No doubt, I could do it. I would just have to drag conveyors all the way over there. How many times have I said all the way over there? The word has lost all meaning. I could do it. I'm trying to think if it's worth it or not. It might be. It might actually be worth it. So that means I would need to get rid of this entire setup, this Noblest setup. Get rid of these 3. Get rid of these 2. Or like just empty these 2. And then get rid of all of the items inside over here, the outputs, and convert them into compacted coal. That could work, you know. Still trying to figure it out. It's such a big investment. That's the thing. Alright, you know what? We're doing it. We are doing it. I'm going to change all of these recipes now. If I remove this, if I replace this, is it going to give me those black powder or not? It is. Okay, so it gives me the black powder. Cool. But I think it got rid of... No, it didn't get rid of anything. Just put it in my inventory. Alright, so what I'll do instead is... I'll go on standby. No, actually, doesn't really matter, does it? Let's just quickly replace this. Okay, that works. That works. I just need to do that a few more times. Change the recipe. Put the coal and stuff back. Do the same thing for this. Yeah, this is a little bit meh. My mouse is giving me a lot of issues. Alright, perfect. So that's all 8 of these now complete. Now I'm gonna need to get rid of these black powder somehow. So let's actually get a stack of these from here. That's gonna start filling this up. And then we're gonna get the compacted coal out. So as you can see, it is now here. Let's just pick this up. Let it go a little bit faster. Oh, did this get... I think this got compacted coal in it. Can I pick it up? This is so weird. Probably should have made this a smart splitter or something. Is that correct? I feel like that's wrong. How did I manage to place that before? Why did I need belts? I have no idea. So many questions with no answers. Also, I probably shouldn't do this. Oh my god. I've made a big mistake. Okay, I fixed it. I didn't realize that actually gets clipped. Okay. Alright, I think that's it, right? Is there... Oh, there's more stuff left in here. Great. Okay, I think we're done with all the stuff that's... Yeah, I think we're done with all the stuff that goes into the industrial unit. Let's get a couple of these. I'm gonna move all the black powder in there. And then all of that is just gonna go into the sink basically because I have so much black powder. I don't need to do anything with this. So I'm just gonna put everything away. So that's the first one down. I don't know why that's still happening. Come on. That goes over here. I think I still have a few more in here. Perfect. So we have basically replaced all of our stuff now. So we have replaced all of the no, black powder with compacted coal. Right, and then the compacted coal will do its thing. I don't know what, but it'll do something. Thank you for the follow, Divine Rose. Compacted coal would be used for, we said something, right? Turbo fuel. There we go. I know. I guess I can get rid of this as well. So you can go. That can go. Now I'm gonna have to get rid of the nobelisks. Nobelisks. And I guess I can just move it this way again. Once again. Oh, come on, man. Why? Something I've noticed about this game is that when you play for a long time, your inventory, your menu, or your builder's menu, it gets a lot laggier. Has anyone else noticed that? And you have to restart the game for it to, you know, like, go back to normal. I noticed this a while ago, and I think I've seen a few other people say that. There's some sort of performance issue. Hey Zulu. Yeah, you can't do that. You haven't pressed the follow button yet? That's fine. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow, Windcatcher. Oh, Zulu!
Geo find hard drive, I say.
There you go, I found 2 for you. I found 2. I actually found 6 today. Thank you so much for the resub, dude. 13 months. That's almost a year. I wonder how many people are gonna get that reference. Not a lot, I'd say. And you're like, what? You crazy? I wonder how many people actually get that. It has to be a low amount because most of them are going to be from Mr. Wiggly's community, right? The ones who get it. I broke the wrong thing. Are you going to go back in? Nope, of course not. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I need to put that away. Hi Divine Rose, how you doing? Oh, I almost broke the wrong container again. Why do I keep doing that? One of your favorite streamers started saying it, so then you started saying it too because it's funny. Almost a year is very funny. It's like one of those things that you don't really think about until you really pay attention to it and you're like, wait, hang on a second. 13 months is more than a year. What do you mean almost a year? And then it's just like one of those things that always like just happens. Oh, this thing is not active. No wonder this is not working. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, so that's gonna be compacted coal. Actually, you know what we could do? Let's upgrade these belts. Right, so that's gonna send all the coal as fast as it's made. Oh, look at the speed. Where is the output? I love seeing these things zoom fast in the tier 5 belts. Look at that speed. 780 items per minute. That is a crazy amount of speed when you think about it. That's like so fast. And it's so easy to make the aluminum. At least once you have the sloppy alumina recipe. Before that, it's a little bit of pain, but oh, I didn't didn't even connect this. Uh-oh. Oh, that's wrong. Okay, let's try it this way. Nope. Messed up again. How do I keep messing up like this? I'm definitely tired. That's what I wanted to do. Yes, this is going to clip, but it's temporary. I promise these containers are not going to be there forever. I promise. Alright, autosave complete. And I think that's where I'm going to wrap it up for today. It's been a really long stream for me. 7 hours is quite a lot of time. I don't normally stream this long. It's normally 3.5 hours. And the reason I've streamed twice as much is because I didn't get to stream yesterday and day before because of my stomach problem. So thankfully that thing is now resolved. And hopefully that shouldn't affect me again. So let's head back to the main area. I'll probably fix this later. I don't know when. Maybe on Monday? I don't know. That depends. I'm still searching for Minecraft mod pack to play, by the way. If anyone has any ideas for a good pack, just let me know. You can always put it on my Discord channel. I'm very active over there. So feel free. Oh, there we go. Professor Deadbot. How nice of you to to immediately put the message of the Discord. I did not do that, by the way. That is completely coincidental. PO3 Mythic, no 1 to 12 mod packs, 116 or above. That is the only requirement. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna save my game quickly. And I need to find someone to raid because there's a lot of people and we need to share the love. So, is there anyone playing Satisfactory right now? I need to check. Wow, my entire computer is lagging. What's going on? Okay, I'm gonna hit that button and let's see. Do we have anyone in Satisfactory? We have Professor Deadshot. Then we have a Dutch person. We have. Do we have any English streamers? Let's see. Let's take a look. Oh, we have a person who I know in chat because I've seen him. I've seen his name in chat. So I'm gonna raid them. We're gonna be raiding Jin Faxi. He's been around in our streams a couple of times, so I know the person. Chris the IT guy is nice. Chris the IT guy. Let me take a look. I was hoping to go for Jin because he doesn't have a lot of viewers as well, and plus I know him. But if I'm getting a recommendation from you guys, I will definitely go for it. Chris the IT guy. Sure, sounds good. He's working on some coal generation right now, I think. So let's go ahead and hit him up then. I was hoping to go for Jin, but maybe some other time. Right, the raid has been created for Chris the IT guy. Go hang out in his channel. If you like what you see over there, please do hit the follow button. If you want to help with the raid messages are in chat. If you're not subscribed, is the first message. If you are subscribed, it's the second message. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate all of you hanging out. Thank you everyone who raided. There was a lot of people who raided today. We had Quinlan, we had Dragon Heart, we had Kentia, we had Zeke28, we had Galaxy Zug. So many raids coming in. Zulu, thank you for the resub. 98 Dime, thank you for the sub. Nitsa raided us as well. Thank you everyone for being here. I should be back on Monday. Oh, Sim also gifted a sub to girl. So yeah, I should be back on Monday. It will be about 1 hour before whatever the time is for you right now. Just 1 hour before. So hopefully I shall see you guys then. To make sure that you don't miss out on the streams, do hit the notification. Do hit the follow button so you get the notification. That's what I meant to say. You can tell that I'm tired. And I'm not sure if I'll be live tomorrow or not. I might be, but most likely it'll be on Monday. So hopefully I shall see you guys then. Until then, everyone, stay safe, have an excellent weekend, and have an excellent time zone. Bye bye.